Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Trust is supposed to be the thing that keeps you safe. It's the little agreement we make with the world every day that the people closest to us won't hurt us, that the familiar places won't turn on us, that the normal noises at night are just a house settling, just a car passing, just your mind being dramatic. But the brutal truth is this: you don't get betrayed by strangers. You get betrayed by the people you text back instantly, the ones you laugh with, study with, sleep beside, the ones you let close enough to learn your routines and close enough to weaponize them. And tonight's stories aren't about monsters in the woods or ghosts in old houses. They're about the moment a person realizes, with a cold drop in their stomach, that the danger isn't outside anymore. It's already inside their circle. Because picture this: you're a college student who takes school seriously. You're thinking about your GPA, your future, law school, real life. You're in a small seminar where participation is awkward and silence is heavy. And there's one guy who keeps the room alive with jokes at just the right moments. He's charming in a way that feels earned. You start seeing him more. You start trusting him. And then, one night, curiosity gets the better of you, and you find proof on a phone screen that you're being collected like evidence. Photos of you, lots of them. Some you remember, some you don't. And when you dig deeper, the betrayal gets worse, not because it's random, but because it's organized, paid for, planned, like your privacy was never yours to begin with. Then there's the second story, so simple it's terrifying. A quiet house, parents out of town, a routine bedtime, the kind of night where nothing should happen, until you wake up for no reason at all, in total darkness. And the first thing you notice is wrong, is that something you always keep closed is open. And before your brain can form an explanation, you turn on your phone's flashlight and see them, two figures at the edge of your bed, standing there like they were waiting for you to wake up. They move fast, too fast, like they already knew exactly what you were about to do. And when you finally breathe again, you look down and see what hit the floor during the scramble: a kitchen knife. Right there, on your bedroom carpet, close enough that your body reacts before your mind can. And the third story is the slow kind of horror, the kind that turns everyday life into a surveillance camera you can't shut off. A new apartment, a fresh start, a guy you see once on the stairs, then again near the dumpsters, then again in a car that always seems positioned just right. You tell yourself it's coincidence. You tell yourself you're being paranoid, until you see him somewhere he has no reason to be, like your routine is a map he's holding. And then the note shows up under your door, handwritten and calm, saying the exact thing you were afraid of, that someone has been watching you at night, close enough to know what your blinds look like from the outside. So before we begin, ask yourself one question, because it's the question every person in these stories wishes they had taken more seriously. Who in your life has access to you? That you've never questioned. Chapter 1. The seminar that felt too quiet. 1.1 Calm before the rot. Approximately 100 words. I've gone back and forth on how to start this, because the beginning is so ordinary, it feels almost insulting. If you could freeze frame my life right before everything tilted, you wouldn't see a victim. You'd see a girl with color-coded tabs in a binder, a planner filled down to the half hour, and a quiet kind of ambition that didn't need attention to exist. I was the type of student who sat near the front, Not because I wanted anyone to notice, but because it made the room easier to control. I could hear better. I could focus. I could pretend. For 50 minutes at a time, that my future was something you could earn through effort alone. Law school was the goal. That's what I told people when they asked what I was doing after graduation. And it wasn't just a line. My GPA mattered to me in a way that felt physical, like a tight band around my ribs. A bad grade didn't just disappoint me. It threatened the story I was building about myself. And that story didn't really match the other one people assumed I was living because I was in Greek life. If you've never been around it, picture a constant low-level noise that never fully shuts off, doors slamming, laughter in hallways, people shouting names from stairwells, the thud of music bleeding through walls at 100 like a heartbeat you didn't ask for. It's not always fun. Sometimes it's just there. An atmosphere you breathe, whether you want to or not. I played my part. I went to mixers, smiled in group photos, showed up to philanthropy events, wore the letters, but I kept a separate self, like a locked room in my head, reserved for books and deadlines and the idea that if I just kept moving forward, nothing could really touch me. That semester, I enrolled in an upper-level course on English Romanticism. It sounded, on paper, like something that would be calm and contained nature, memory, human longing, all the beautiful, distant suffering that stays safely inside poems. It was one of those seminars where you're expected to speak, not just sit and absorb. Participation wasn't optional. The grade didn't care if you were shy, only whether your voice existed. It was late fall sliding into winter, the kind of northeast cold that doesn't just chill you, it claims you. The campus was all gray stone and bare trees. The sky had a way of staying the same color for days, like someone forgot to adjust it. By the time I walked to class, my cheeks would sting and my nose would be numb, and the air would smell faintly metallic, like snow waiting to happen. The seminar room was in an older building that always felt slightly damp. The floors were tile, pale and scuffed, and on rainy days, the entrance turned into a shallow lake of melted slush and tracked-in grit. People's boots squeaked as they came in, that wet rubber sound that makes you think of hospitals and waiting rooms. Coats came off with a sigh of fabric, scarves unwound. Someone would shake out an umbrella, and the room would briefly smell like cold rain. The radiator along the wall ticked as it heated up, tiny metallic clicks like a clock that refused to keep steady time. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed with that thin headache hum, almost silent until you stopped paying attention to anything else. The whiteboard at the front had permanent ghost marks in it, even when it was wiped clean. You could still see yesterday's sentences faintly trapped under the surface. There were about 25 of us, mostly juniors and seniors, a few people like me who'd managed to get in early. We sat in a loose circle because discussion was the point. The professor ran the main lectures, but the heart of the course, the actual pressure, was in the discussion sections led by the TA. His name was Roar. That was what everyone called him. At least, I never knew if it was his first name, last name, some nickname he'd inherited and never shook. It fit him in a way that made me uneasy, because it didn't sound like a name you'd say across a crowded room. It sounded like a sound you'd make without meaning to. He was maybe late 20s, tall in a way that made him look slightly unfinished, like a sketch someone forgot to fill in. Lanky arms, narrow shoulders, hair that never seemed to settle, always a little messy, like he'd run a hand through it too many times and then decided it didn't matter. He wore thrift store sweaters and faded jeans. There was something about him that felt like a person trying hard to appear casual, like he'd studied what relaxed looked like and then performed it. At first, I thought he was just socially awkward. Most TAs were. They were stuck in that strange limbo between student and authority. Old enough to lecture you, young enough to still look like they could belong at the same parties. I expected some weirdness. I wasn't naive about that. But Roar had little habits that made the air around him feel slightly off. When someone spoke, he watched them with a level of attention that didn't match the setting. Not the polite nodding you give to encourage participation. Not the normal "I'm listening" face. It was closer to staring. His eyes would hold on a person for a second too long. And when they looked away, he didn't always look away with them. Sometimes his expression would lag behind the moment, like he'd smile half a beat after a joke landed, or laugh softly after everyone else had already moved on. It wasn't dramatic. It was subtle. The kind of thing you notice and then immediately blame on your own imagination. And he tapped his pen constantly. Not the restless, random tapping of someone bored. It was rhythmic, measured. 3 taps, a pause, 2 taps, a pause, over and over again. If you listened long enough, it started to feel less like a habit and more like a signal, like he was counting something under the table. The class itself, content-wise, was fine. We did close readings. We talked about nature and memory and what it means to feel the world intensely. Romanticism, basically. But participation was dead most days. People would stare down at their books and wait. They'd let silence pool in the center of the circle like dirty water. And Roar hated it. You could tell in the way his jaw tightened when no one spoke, in the way he'd glance around the circle with quick, irritated movements, as if trying to catch someone pretending not to exist. He'd fill the space at first asking questions, rephrasing them, offering hints. But when no one answered, he'd start cold calling, not gently, not kindly. He'd choose someone and press them until they stumbled into something that sounded like a response. The worst part wasn't even watching people get embarrassed. It was the silence right before it happened. That gap, that strange, heavy moment after he asked a question and before anyone dared to speak. It was like the room held its breath. You could hear the radiator tick. You could hear the fluorescent hum. You could hear someone's sleeve brushing their notebook as they shifted. You could hear a single droplet of water fall from a coat onto the tile and splatter softly, like a tiny slap. It was in those gaps that Roar looked most alive because he looked angry. And anger is a kind of energy. Then there was Luke. If Roar was tension, Luke was release. He was tall with brown hair that always looked like he'd just come in from outside. He had the kind of confidence that didn't feel forced, more like a person who had always been received well by the world and simply learned to expect it. He spoke at the right moments, like he could sense when the room was about to die and didn't want to sit in the awkwardness any more than the rest of us. He'd make a joke never loud, never obnoxious, just enough to crack the stiffness. And then he'd pivot into something smart, something that proved he'd done the reading. The humor didn't feel like a mask. It felt earned. People leaned in when he talked, even the ones who hadn't read, even the ones who didn't care. It changed the atmosphere. When Luke spoke, the circle became a circle again, not a collection of isolated bodies waiting for class to end. I remember the first day I really noticed him. Roar asked a question about memory, something about how romantic poets use nature as a mirror for the self, and the room went silent in that familiar. suffocating way. I watched Roar's eyes flick around, hunting. His pen tapped 3. Pause. 2. Pause. Luke lifted his hand slightly, like he was doing us all a favor, and said something that made 2 people laugh. Not because it was hilarious, but because it was relief. Like someone had opened a window, and then he followed it with a point that was actually good. Roar's reaction was immediate. The tightness in his face eased. His shoulders lowered. He nodded, almost eagerly, like he'd been starving for someone to feed him something to work with. He leaned forward, pen still tapping, but softer now, like it was purring. That's what I noticed first, how different Roar became when someone kept him from sitting inside the silence. Because when Luke filled that gap, Roar didn't just relax. He seemed grateful, not as a teacher, more like a person whose mood depends on whether other people perform correctly. And because participation mattered to me because I couldn't afford to fade into the background, I started speaking too. Not constantly, not enough to be annoying, but enough that the TA knew my name, enough that I became one of the few predictable voices in the room. The first few weeks felt almost productive, like I'd found a small island of real academic life inside the chaos of campus. I'd walk out of the building into the cold, cheeks burning, mind buzzing with lines from poems and the faint satisfaction of having said something that mattered. But there was a detail so small I didn't name it at the time that kept showing up in my memory later, like a dark thread surfacing in a white sheet. It was what happened after I spoke. Roar would look at me. Not the quick glance you give to acknowledge a comment. Not the good point nod that moves on. He would hold eye contact for a beat too long, and his pen would stop tapping completely, as if my voice turned the room into a different kind of silence. And then, half a second after the moment had passed, after I'd already looked away to my notes or my book, he'd smile, like his face was catching up to something his mind had decided first, back then. I told myself I was overthinking it. I told myself I was stressed, ambitious, tired. I told myself I was just noticing things because I'd trained my brain to notice everything. That's what good students do. That's what future law students do. They collect details. They build patterns. I didn't realize yet that pattern recognition is only a gift when the pattern isn't forming around you. Because in that seminar room under fluorescent lights and beside a ticking radiator, something was already shifting, quietly, patiently. And the scariest part is that, at the time, it still felt like calm. It still felt like control, like nothing could touch me as long as I kept talking. 1.2, the praise that starts to sting. Approximately 100 words. The first time I felt it, the shift, I didn't call it fear. I called it pride. My first essay came back on a Wednesday, when the sky looked like wet concrete and the wind had teeth. I remember because I'd sprinted across the quad with my hood up, shoulders hunched, cheeks stinging, and by the time I reached the old building, my hair was static frizzed and my hands were red from the cold. I sat down in that seminar circle, still breathing too fast, still carrying the outside chill in my bones. The radiator ticked behind me like it was counting down to something. Roar had a stack of papers on the table in front of him, neatly squared, like he'd pressed them into place. He handed them back one by one, eyes scanning names, pen tapping that familiar rhythm, 3, pause, 2 like a metronome for the room. Most people took their essays with a quick glance and a blank face, already calculating how much they cared. When he got to mine, He paused. Not long, not obvious. Just a half beat that felt like a finger pressing lightly against my sternum. He looked at me, then at my paper, then back at me as if confirming something. "Good work," he said. Simple, neutral. The kind of phrase that shouldn't mean anything. But the way he said it made it feel like a private message delivered in public. I slid my essay onto my lap and didn't open it right away. That was my habit. Wait until I was alone, so I could react without anyone watching. But my curiosity gnawed at me. I could feel the weight of the stapled pages, the ink smell, the slight grit of paper fibers on my fingertips. When discussion started, I kept half my attention on Wordsworth and half on the packet in my lap. I waited until someone else was speaking Luke, of course, making a point that got the room moving. Then I lifted the first page and looked. A minus, a strong grade. But my eyes didn't stick on the number. They stuck on the margins. Roar had written everywhere. Not the typical TA scrawl awk. Clarify, cite, good. Not the quick red marks that feel like a teacher stamping a product. These were long, curved sentences, full thoughts. He had responded to my essay the way someone responds to a letter. In the left margin beside my thesis, he'd written, "This is the kind of ambiguity most people miss," underlined twice. Next to a paragraph where I talked about Tintern Abbey, about how the speaker's memory becomes both comfort and trap, he'd written, "You're right to frame it this way. It's not nostalgia, it's surveillance." He's watching his own past. The word surveillance was circled, as if he wanted me to notice it again later. I sat there, the seminar voices blurring into muffled noise, and felt the clean, bright satisfaction of being understood. I'd worked hard on that paper. I'd wanted someone to see it. Part of me glowed, stupidly, at the attention. The validation hit the exact part of my brain that lived for it, the part that believed effort should be rewarded by recognition. Then I turned the page. More ink, more thoughts. His handwriting leaned into the margins, creeping toward the center, like it couldn't stay contained. He'd written things like, "Your voice is confident, and you have a strong sense of control over the argument rare." And then, near the end, in a spot where the margin should have been empty, he'd added, "You should come by office hours sometime. I'd like to hear more of your thinking." That last line wasn't wrong. It was normal. TAs invite students to office hours all the time. But something about the phrasing snagged against my ribs. I'd like to hear more of your thinking. Not your paper, not your argument, not your interpretation. You. I told myself I was being dramatic. I told myself it was probably just the way he wrote. Romanticism. After all, everyone in that class talked like they were auditioning for an old novel. But as the discussion continued, I noticed Roar's attention on me with a new weight. As if the ink on my paper had changed what he thought he was allowed to do. After that day, he began calling on me more. Again, not aggressively, not in a way I could complain about. It was subtle. He would ask a question to the group, wait through the silence gap that made his face tighten, and then his eyes would land on me as if I were a lever he could pull to make the room function. Thoughts, he'd say, looking directly at me. "You were onto something in your essay. How does that connect here?" At first, it felt flattering. It felt like he saw me as capable, like he trusted me to keep the class alive. I leaned into it because I needed the points and because I didn't want to disappoint the version of myself that believed competence was armor. But the follow-up questions started drifting. They began as academic extensions, fine, Then they slid into something else. He'd ask me to elaborate. And when I did, he would keep me there, holding the floor, longer than necessary. He'd tilt his head and ask, "Why do you think you noticed that instead of, why do you think the poem does that?" he'd say. "That's an interesting instinct. The way you might speak about a person, not an analysis." And when I answered, I could feel the room's attention shift, not toward the text, toward me, toward whatever Roar seemed to be extracting. Luke didn't notice, or if he did, he didn't care. Luke was still Luke, easy, grounded, the relief valve. And outside of class, my life kept sliding into its normal tracks. Greek life had its own seasons. The weeks filled up with mixers and date nights and themed parties that blurred together in a haze of loud music and sticky floors and perfume clouding the air. Our sorority and Luke's fraternity overlapped in that predictable top house orbit where you keep seeing the same faces until they start to feel like furniture. Luke was always there, leaning against a kitchen counter with a red cup, laughing with someone on the stairs, talking to me in that casual way that made it seem like we'd known each other longer than we had. It happened naturally, our conversations getting longer, our jokes turning private, the little moments adding up. And when he asked me to grab dinner, it didn't feel like a leap. It felt like the next logical step in a story that was supposed to be simple. Luke was uncomplicated in the way that was comforting. He remembered details. He texted back. He listened when I complained about a reading or a professor. He made my world feel lighter, like I wasn't always carrying my future on my back. So when things progressed, when we started seeing each other more, when dinner turned into 3 dates and then into sleeping together, I let myself relax into it. I didn't fall head over heels. It wasn't that. It was something steadier, something that felt safe. And because it felt safe, I didn't question the tiny weird things. Not right away. The first time I saw Luke and Roar together outside of class, it was a cold afternoon so sharp it made my eyes water. I'd walked out of the lecture hall and started toward my car, thinking about an assignment, when I caught movement behind the building. There was a narrow space back there where the snow had been stomped into gray slush, and the wind got trapped and swirled in restless circles. I saw them before I registered them, 2 silhouettes close together, one taller, one lankier. Then the smell hit me, cigarette smoke, harsh and bitter, cutting through the cold. Luke was leaning against the brick wall with a cigarette between his fingers. I froze for a second because I didn't even know he smoked. Roar stood beside him, hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched. His face was angled toward Luke in a way that looked familiar. Not teacher and student, not casual acquaintances, more like 2 people sharing a small joke in a private corner. Luke laughed at something Roar said, and it came out too easy. My stomach tightened, not because smoking is a crime, not because talking to your TA is forbidden, but because the image didn't fit the boxes I'd built. Luke belonged in my social world. Roar belonged in the academic one. Those worlds weren't supposed to touch unless I made them. And yet, there they were, already connected, without me. Luke noticed me and flicked the cigarette down into the slush like it meant nothing. He smiled, wide and warm, and walked over like he hadn't just been caught standing in a scene that made my skin prickle. "Hey," he said, like he'd been waiting for me. Roar didn't smile. He watched me. That same too intense attention, that slight delay in expression. His pen wasn't in his hand, but I could almost hear the tapping anyway, like my brain had learned it. Later, when I asked Luke about it, he laughed in that charming way he had, The one that made things feel harmless. Grade politics, he said. I'm just trying to get on Roar's good side so I don't have to try as hard later. He said it like a joke, like a confession to something petty and normal. And I wanted it to be normal so badly that I accepted the explanation. I even teased him for it. I let myself believe the overlap was accidental. But that night, lying in bed, I kept seeing the way Roar had stood too close to Luke in the cold, the way Luke had laughed too quickly, the way the cigarette smoke had curled between them like a signal. My two worlds, class and dating, had touched. And the contact point didn't feel new. It felt like something that had been there already, waiting for me to step into it. 1.3, the first crack in trust, approximately 100 words. If you had asked me then, before everything came apart, I would have told you I knew Luke, not in some deep soulmate way, but in that reassuring, everyday sense. I knew how he took his coffee. I knew which hoodie he wore when he was hungover. I knew he hated group projects and secretly loved those dumb campus-themed memes people posted in the class Facebook group. I knew the sound of his laugh before I heard the joke. That's the kind of knowledge that tricks you. It feels like proof. It feels like safety. It's really just surface. Our relationship started quietly. No big confession in the rain. No dramatic "what are we" conversation. It was more like a series of small choices that kept leaning in the same direction. We'd bump into each other at mixers and end up talking longer than made sense. He started walking me back to my sorority house after parties, hands stuffed in his pockets, breath fogging in the cold air. Once, when snow flurries started drifting down under the streetlights, he brushed a patch of ice off a step with his shoe before I climbed it, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Dating him was low drama. That's what I liked about it. My life already felt like it was balancing on a knife edge between classes, exams, chapter obligations, the constant social performance of Greek life. I didn't want chaos in the one area I chose for myself. He texted when he said he would. If he was going to be late, he told me. He didn't disappear for days or play games with response times. He sent me memes during boring lectures. He sent me a photo once of his notebook, where he'd absent-mindedly written my name in the margin during class and put a dumb caption like, "Incriminating evidence I'm actually paying attention to you more than Keats." I remember reading that text at my desk in my sorority room late one night. The wooden surface cool under my elbows, the faint vibration of my phone against the varnish making a tiny buzzing sound. The house was in one of its half-quiet states, not fully asleep, not fully awake. Somewhere down the hall, someone laughed too loudly, then shushed themselves. The bass from a party 2 floors down thumped through the walls like a slow heartbeat. Water ran in the bathroom pipes behind the wall. A short rush, then silence. My lamp cast this warm circle of light over my notes, and everything outside that circle felt less real. My planner lay open beside my laptop, covered in neat boxes and deadlines. For a moment, when his text lit up the screen, all of that receded. I smiled. I actually took a screenshot of his evidence because it felt sweet. That's the lie I lived inside, the idea that small sweetnesses cancel out small weirdnesses. Because there were weirdnesses, tiny ones at first, things I noticed and filed away under probably nothing. For example, his phone. Everyone guards their phone to some extent. I get that. The thing basically holds your entire life. But there's a difference between privacy and choreography. Luke was careful with his phone in a way that felt rehearsed. When we sat together on the sagging couch in his fraternity's common room, he'd keep it angled just off my line of sight. Not dramatically, just enough that I'd have to lean deliberately to see the screen, which I never did because I didn't want to be that person. When a notification popped up, he'd swipe it away quickly, thumb moving in a smooth motion like muscle memory if I asked what it was. He'd smile a half smirk, half reassurance, and say, "Nothing. Group chat is being annoying. Or spam. They want me to buy crypto or something." Sometimes. When we were lying in his bed and the room was mostly dark except for the blue glow of his screen, he'd tilt it slightly away the moment I shifted, not enough to make it obvious he was hiding anything. Just enough that whatever he was doing became a blur of light instead of letters. I told myself he was just private. I told myself he was scrolling through boring stuff I wouldn't care about. I told myself I was lucky he wasn't the type to shove his phone under my nose to show me every meme in existence. The problem is, when you're good at reading people for class discussions, you don't stop doing it outside of class. You notice micro movements. You notice when someone's smile doesn't reach their eyes all the way. You notice when a face flickers for half a second before it settles. Luke had a face flicker. It happened the first time I jokingly said, "You're very mysterious with that phone. You know that." We were in my room, sitting cross-legged on my bed, empty takeout containers on the floor. My desk was a mess of open books and highlighters. The hallway outside was quiet for once, just the occasional creak of floorboards and the distant slam of the front door downstairs. He had his phone in his hand, thumb hovering over the screen. When I said it, his expression changed, a quick tightening around his mouth, a micro freeze in his shoulders before he relaxed and grinned. "Trust issues," he teased, lightly. Should I be concerned? He tossed the phone down on the mattress between us like a stage prop, screen face down, as if to prove he had nothing to hide. It was a good performance, so good that my suspicion folded in on itself like a collapsing tent. "Please," I said, rolling my eyes. "You're not that interesting." He laughed, and just like that, the tension dissolved, except I remembered the flicker. My brain caught it, pinned it to the corkboard in the back of my skull, and left it there, around the same time. Something in class shifted too. After that first essay, Roar's focus on me didn't fade. If anything, it sharpened. He remembered points I'd made in previous weeks and circled back to them. He'd say things like, "As you mentioned a few classes ago," and then summarize my idea almost verbatim, which, on the surface, was flattering. It proved he was paying attention, but it also meant he was storing my words somewhere, keeping them, turning them over later. He kept linking my comments to instincts and perspective instead of just arguing with my interpretations. His follow-ups had less to do with the poems and more to do with the way my mind seemed to work. I caught him once staring at me while another student was talking. Not in the way you glance around a room while listening. Not in the unfocused way of someone bored. His eyes were fixed on me, expression blank, pen motionless in his hand. When the other student finished, he blinked, looked away, and said, "Good," like he'd just remembered they were there. The more time I spent with Luke, the more those two streams of attention overlapped in my head. I'd leave seminar and check my phone, and there would be a text from Luke already waiting, as if he'd known when class ended down to the minute. Sometimes he'd ask how it went. Sometimes he'd joke about stealing me from my books for the night. I told myself it was sweet. I told myself it was normal. Then came the email. It was late on a Sunday night, the kind where time blurs. My sorority house was a low hum of activity doors opening and closing, showers running, someone blow-drying their hair with the bathroom door open so warm air spilled into the hallway. Downstairs, a TV was playing something with canned laughter that floated up the stairwell and mixed with the faint thump of music from somewhere outside. I was at my desk, surrounded by notes and half-finished thoughts. My phone buzzed against the wooden surface with a brief rattling sound, then another. First a text from Luke. "You alive under that mountain of romantic poets?" Then, a second later, a notification from my email app. I opened the text first. I always did. Luke had a way of slicing through my stress with one line. "You alive under that mountain of romantic poets?" I smiled and typed back. "Barely. They're all very sad and very in love with trees." He replied almost immediately. "Sounds like the guys in my frat TBH. Sad, drunk, and in love with whatever's in front of them." I laughed softly, the sound small in my room, and then, because the email badge was still staring at me, I switched over. It was from the course listserv. Subject line discussion section, Wednesday prep, sent by Roar. I clicked it open, expecting bullet points or a reading reminder. Instead, it was a short paragraph, written in his slightly formal, slightly off-style hi all. "For Wednesday, I'd like you to come in with a passage that feels sticky to you, something you can't quite shake, even if you're not sure why. We'll talk about why certain lines cling and others don't. Think less about what's right and more about who you are when you read. Don't overthink it. Just be honest, sad, drunk, and in love with whatever's in front of you." Roar, I read that sign off once. Then again, sad, drunk, and in love with whatever's in front of you, for a second. My brain didn't make the connection. It just registered the weird attempt at humor. And then Luke's text flashed back in my head, like someone had hit rewind and play. Sounds like the guys in my frat, to be honest. Sad, drunk, and in love with whatever's in front of them. The wording was identical, down to the rhythm, down to the order of the words. I stared at the screen, feeling the air in my room change density. The distant bass from outside suddenly sounded deeper. The hallway chatter outside my door, the hairdryer, the laughter, all of it receded, muted, like someone had closed a door between me and the rest of the house. It could have been a coincidence. People reuse phrases all the time. Maybe Luke had picked it up from somewhere else. Maybe Roar had too. Campus language is contagious like that. But the timing, the specificity, the fact that Luke had sent it minutes before the email arrived, the fact that one of them had signed off using it, turning a private joke into a group message. A hairline crack opened up in the story I'd been telling myself, because in that single line of language, shared like a fingerprint, I saw something I hadn't seen clearly before. Luke and Roar were closer than I'd been told, close enough to trade phrases, close enough that their voices overlapped, close enough that, somewhere off stage, a conversation about me might already have been happening. Chapter 2, The Receipt. On his phone 2.1. Curiosity with teeth, approximately 100 words. The night I went through Luke's phone didn't feel like a turning point when it started. It felt lazy, ordinary, the way so many bad decisions do in the moment. We were in his room at the frat house, which always smelled like a blend of laundry detergent, leftover beer, and the faint, stale hint of old smoke buried deep in the carpet. His bed was pushed against the wall under a window with blinds that were permanently crooked. letting in a slice of cold air and the distant glow of the streetlight outside. Someone down the hall was playing a video game too loud. Every few minutes there'd be a burst of profanity followed by forced laughter. Luke had fallen asleep before me. He did that a lot, slipped under faster. Like his brain didn't have as many tabs open. He was on his back, one arm thrown over his head, mouth slightly open. The blue light from the TV flickered over his face, making him look younger and more tired at the same time. Some YouTube video was playing on low volume. The kind of content you put on when you don't actually care what it is, murmured commentary, the occasional burst of canned sound effects, the soft rise and fall of another person's voice filling the room. My eyes were dry from staring at my own screen. I'd been scrolling through nothing social media, half-finished emails, the same 3 photos over and over because I was too wired to sleep and too tired to be productive. My mind kept circling the same thoughts, deadlines, exams, Luke's text phrases overlapping with Roar's, the cigarette behind the lecture hall, the way Roar's comments had crawled down the margins of my paper. A normal person, I told myself, would let it go. A normal girlfriend wouldn't spiral, because 2 men in her life happened to speak in similar ways or smoke the same cigarette in the same patch of cold. But I'd trained my brain to notice patterns, to argue from evidence, to follow coincidences to their logical conclusion. That's the thing about trying to become a future lawyer. You don't get to pick when your brain wants more proof. Luke's phone was lying between us on the bed, screen dark, close enough that it brushed my hip when I shifted. I could see the faint fingerprint smudge pattern on the glass catching the TV light. It might as well have been glowing. I stared at it for a long time. There's a point where curiosity stops being gentle and starts growing teeth. It's not I wonder anymore. It's I need to know or I won't sleep. That's where I was. It wasn't jealousy exactly. I wasn't imagining some mystery girl or secret double life. It was more vague than that, an unease with a shape I couldn't quite outline yet. The phone buzzed once. The sound was small but sharp in the quiet, just a short vibration against the mattress. A mechanical shiver. Luke didn't move. His breathing stayed slow, steady. The soft exhale-inhale rhythm of deep sleep. On the TV, a YouTuber laughed at something in his own video. The sound bounced off the walls and faded. Somewhere down the hall, a door slammed. I told myself not to do it. Then I told myself I had a right to. That if there was nothing there, I'd feel stupid for 5 seconds and then lighter for weeks. That it was self-defense, not invasion. Survival instinct wrapped in rationalization. I reached for his phone. My fingers hovered over it for a moment, waiting to see if the movement would somehow wake him. It didn't. I picked it up. Slowly. The case warm from where it had been resting against his leg. The screen stayed black. I pressed the side button. The lock screen lit up with the time and a notification preview that flashed too quick for me to fully read before it blurred out. Just enough to register my own name in the thread list below other names. That helped. Made the act feel less like trespassing and more like stepping into a room I'd already been invited into. I thumbed the screen. The passcode interface appeared. 4 empty circles waited. I didn't know his code, officially. We'd never exchanged that kind of information. But I knew his birthday. I knew it because I'd helped plan a dumb surprise thing for it. Because there were pictures on my phone of him blowing out candles, cheeks puffed, eyes squinting. I typed his birthday in. Wrong. The circles shook gently. A silent denial. I felt a hollow drop in my stomach and almost stopped there. Then I thought of the grade politics comment, the cigarette, the repeated phrase, the way his phone always seemed to know how not to face me. If you reverse a date, it's still the same numbers. I entered the digits backward. The phone unlocked. The home screen came up a generic wallpaper. App icons arranged in what looked like chaos, but was probably muscle memory to him. My thumb hovered uncertainly. This was the part where I could still back out, where I could tell myself that just because I could didn't mean I should. Instead, I tapped photos. The gallery opened like a mouth. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect: random screenshots, memes, food pics, group photos from parties, blurry concert shots. I scrolled past them with a detached sort of numbness, scanning without really seeing. I was looking for, I wasn't sure, a name, a folder, a crack in the surface. Then I noticed it, an album, unnamed. No little heart icon, no shared symbol. Just a dull gray square with a tiny thumbnail I couldn't make out from the grid view. It was the placement more than anything, the way it sat near the top. Recently accessed. I tapped it. The screen filled with me. Rows of thumbnails, one after another. My face, my body, parts of me that looked familiar, and others that made my skin crawl even at a distance. For a second, my brain refused to process it, like staring at a puzzle where all the pieces look right, but the image is wrong. My first thought, stupid, naive, was that it was sweet he'd saved my pictures, that it meant he liked me, desired me, wanted to keep me close even when I wasn't there. Then my eyes focused. Some of them were definitely ones I'd sent. I recognized the angles, the clothes, the deliberate poses taken in my mirror or lying on my own bed. I remembered choosing them, adjusting the lighting, tilting my chin just so, feeling a mix of nerves and thrill when I hit send. Consent is not a clean thing, but those moments had felt like something I owned, a transaction I controlled. But mixed in with those were others. Photos I had no memory of taking. The first one that made my stomach drop was a shot of me at my desk in my sorority room. I was in my sweats, hair up in a messy bun, head bowed over my laptop. The glow from the screen lit my face in a blue-white wash. The desk lamp cast a warm circle around my hands. The angle was from behind and slightly to the side, like someone had stood in the doorway and snapped it without me noticing. I tried to remember the night, to recall when I'd been in that exact position with him there, phone in hand. I couldn't. Another photo, me walking across campus, backpack on one shoulder, scarf wrapped around my neck. You could see my profile turned slightly toward the library, lips parted as if I were mid-sentence or mid-breath. The background was crowded, other students blurred by movement, but I was in sharp focus. That meant the camera had followed me, not the scene. One more me sleeping, hair spread on a pillow that wasn't mine, mouth slightly open, one shoulder bare where the blanket had slipped. The image was grainy in that way low-light photos always are, but the intimacy of it was worse than if it had been HD. I did not remember being awake for that photo. I did not remember consenting to it. As I swiped through, the room around me seemed to recede. The YouTube video on the TV kept playing. The narrator's voice reduced to a meaningless murmur. The occasional cheer from down the hall sounded muffled, like it was happening down a long tunnel. My awareness narrowed to the rectangle of light in my hand and the growing cold in my chest. Each new image was another small violation I hadn't known to feel at the time. Me bending down to tie my shoe while leaving his room. Me sitting on his bed scrolling my phone, legs folded under me, unaware of the lens pointed in my direction. Me laughing at something off-screen, head thrown back, throat exposed. Me in outfits I would never have chosen for photos, because they weren't sexy or flattering, just real, unposed, mine. And threaded in between, those were the ones that were very obviously meant to be sexual, but still wrong. A close-up of my bare back as I reached for something on his nightstand. The outline of my body under his t-shirt, taken from above while I slept. A shot of my hip where the sheets had fallen away. My underwear visible. My face cropped out. I felt my skin go hot and cold at the same time, prickling like a limb that had fallen asleep. The worst part wasn't even the images themselves. It was the sudden, overwhelming realization that every one of them represented a moment where reality and my understanding of reality had split. A moment where something had happened in the room my body captured, cataloged, turned into data, and I had kept on existing inside the lie that I was just there, just safe, just a person in a space, not an object in a frame. As I stared, another sound crept in, one that wasn't actually there, but grew louder in my head the longer I scrolled. The tiny, almost imperceptible click of a phone camera shutter. I could hear it overlaid onto memories. Sitting at my desk, click. Walking to class, click. Rolling over in bed, click. Laughing, unsuspecting, click. It haunted the spaces between breaths, between sentences, between the soft creaks of the bed as Luke shifted in his sleep beside me. I glanced at him. He was still out, lashes dark against his cheek, lips slightly parted. The blue light from the TV flickered over his face. He looked peaceful, innocent, even. The kind of face you trust instinctively. In my hand, his phone glowed with a gallery that proved I had never really known when I was being watched. 2.2, the number with no name. Approximately 100 words. I don't know how long I sat there just staring at that album. Long enough for my sense of time to thin out, for the room to feel like somewhere I was only borrowing. Long enough for my body to start reacting, even before my brain had words for what I was seeing. I should have stopped there. Any sane person would have. I could have closed photos, set the phone back down, and lived the rest of my life telling myself I'd overreacted to a creepy but contained boundary violation. But the thing about seeing one rotten board is that you can't stop wondering how far the rot goes. My thumb moved almost on its own. I backed out of the album to the main photos page and started scrolling again. Slower this time, looking for patterns, for gaps, for anything that suggested a second layer I hadn't peeled back yet. There it was, recently deleted. That folder is supposed to be comforting, an undo button, a safety net. In that moment, it felt like a confession box. I tapped it. More images blinked into existence. Some were normal screenshots of memes, bad selfies, duplicates. I scrolled past them quickly. My heart hammered weirdly against my ribs. Too fast and too light, like it was trying to float up into my throat. Then I saw myself again. Photos of me that had clearly lived in that unnamed album at some point. Now exiled to the digital purgatory where things go before they disappear forever. One of me in his bathroom mirror, towel wrapped around my body, steam still fogging the glass. Another of me half-dressed, sitting on the edge of his bed with my back turned, head bent over my phone. Another of me in my sorority room, taken from the hallway with the door cracked open just enough. These were the ones he'd decided he shouldn't keep. The thought made something cold slide down my spine. If these were the ones that got deleted, what did that say about the ones he'd kept? My mouth was dry. I could feel my tongue sticking to the roof of it. My hands had started to tremble. Small, involuntary shakes that made the phone's edge buzz faintly against my fingers. I backed out of photos. I told myself that was enough. I had seen enough. I could confront him later, when my heart wasn't trying to punch its way out of my body, when I wasn't one unexpected noise away from dropping the phone entirely. But there was still that notification I'd seen flash on the lock screen. A message thread with my name. Sure, but what about the others? What about the people I didn't know existed? I opened. Messages, threads stacked in a familiar list, names I recognized. Group chats I'd heard him complain about. His mother's number saved under mom with a little heart emoji. I scrolled past them, scanning for anything that felt off, unfamiliar area codes, partial names, anything. About halfway down, I saw it. Not a name, just a 10-digit number. No contact photo, no emoji, no context. Just a string of digits sitting there like a blank face in a crowded room. The most recent timestamp was earlier that evening. My thumb hovered over it for a moment. The pressure in my chest had turned into a tight, hot ache between my ribs. There was a faint buzzing in my ears, like distant static. I tapped the thread. The screen filled with images. They loaded one after another in that ghosted, gray-to-color way, populating the conversation with photos I recognized immediately because they were me. Not all of them. Some were of other things, random campus shots, a couple of memes, one picture that looked like it had been taken at a party, but most of them were drawn from the same pool I'd just seen in his album. Me at my desk, me walking across campus, me asleep, me half undressed. Sent. There were timestamps. There were tiny delivered labels beneath some, read beneath others. A few had short messages attached. Nothing elaborate. No long conversations. Just little captions that made my stomach clench. Got another one. Quality isn't great, but you get the idea. She doesn't know. The responses from the number were sparse but clear. Good. More like this. Close-ups next time. Dollars sent. The nausea came on so fast it felt like my body had skipped several steps. 1 second I was breathing. The next. My stomach had turned to liquid, and my mouth flooded with the sour taste of bile. I swallowed hard, but the feeling stayed. A heavy, roiling sickness. This wasn't just a creepy collection anymore. It was a transaction. I scrolled up, faster now, panic lending speed to my fingers. The conversation went back weeks, almost as long as we'd been seeing each other. Each new screen of messages pushed the start of something I'd thought was real further into the category of setup. My vision blurred for a second. It took me a moment to realize it wasn't the screen, it was my eyes. Tears had started gathering without my permission, making the text swim. I blinked them away, angry at myself. I needed to see. I needed to know how far back this went, how thorough it was. My heart was pounding so hard the sound of it drowned out the TV, the hallway, the faint hum of the ancient heater under the window. I took a screenshot. The camera shutter noise was mercifully silent, just a quick white flash around the edges of the screen. My thumb fumbled. I almost hit the wrong buttons and turned the volume up instead. The YouTube video's sound jumped, some stranger's voice suddenly too loud in the room. My whole body flinched. Luke shifted beside me and I froze, every muscle going rigid. His breath hitched, then settled. He rolled onto his side, facing away from me, pulling the blanket with him a little. The mattress dipped. The phone wobbled in my hands. For a second, I thought I was going to drop it. My palms were slick with sweat, the smooth glass slippery under my fingers. I tightened my grip until my knuckles hurt. When he didn't wake up, I lowered the volume back down with shaking hands and took another screenshot, and another, each time. My thumb hesitated, terrified I'd somehow trigger a notification that would pop up on his lock screen later and give away what I'd done. I didn't have a plan. I just knew that if I woke up tomorrow and found out the messages had vanished, I'd wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. I needed proof that wasn't subject to Luke's control. The folder of screenshots in my own phone would become my insurance policy when I'd captured enough recent messages. Earlier ones, the ones with money references, the ones with that sick little caption. She doesn't know I finally let the thread scroll back down to the bottom. The most recent message from the number is just a single word. Tonight Luke had responded with a photo. It was me, taken earlier that evening. Apparently, as I'd sat on his bed pulling off my boots, hair falling forward over my shoulder. I remembered the moment. I remembered complaining about the cold, about my toes being numb, about winter being a personal attack. I did not remember him lifting his phone. Something inside me snapped then, not in a cinematic way. There was no sudden scream or sweeping realization. It was quieter, a mental tearing sound. The story I'd been holding, he's safe. He's normal. He likes you ripped clean down the middle. I locked his phone with a hard tap of my thumb and set it back on the mattress. My hands were shaking visibly now, a fine tremor I couldn't stop. My throat felt tight, like I'd swallowed something too big. For a moment, I just sat there in the flickering blue light, staring at his sleeping back, the shape of him under the blanket, the curve of his shoulder blade, visible through his t-shirt, the dark muss of his hair. I could have waited until morning. I could have left quietly, gone back to my room, and planned my exit with cool, careful logic. Instead, I reached out and shoved his shoulder. Luke. He made a confused noise, somewhere between a grunt and a word, and tried to roll away. I shoved him again, harder. Luke, wake up. He blinked his eyes open, squinting against the TV glow. For a second, he looked genuinely disoriented, his brain still trying to climb out of whatever shallow dream he'd been in. What? His voice was rough with sleep. What time is it? I didn't answer. I picked up his phone and held it up between us like a piece of evidence in a courtroom. What is this? He stared at the phone, then at me, then back at the phone. His face went through another one of those micro flickers, surprise, calculation, something else before settling into a confused frown. What, babe? What are you doing going through my phone? Don't call me that. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. Who is this? I tapped the thread with the unsaved number. The conversation flashed back onto the screen, my own body staring back at us in pixel form. For a fraction of a second, something raw and ugly crossed his face. Then it was gone, replaced by a mask so smooth it almost impressed me. Oh, he said, dragging the word out like he'd just been caught doing something embarrassing but harmless. It's just my backup. Backup what backup phone? He said quickly. Too quickly. I like to have everything saved. You know, in case I lose this one. So I send stuff to another number sometimes. It's just cloud copies. Basically, cloud copies. The phrase sounded wrong in his mouth, like a technical term he'd rehearsed without fully understanding it. My skin crawled. That's not how cloud anything works, I said, hearing my own voice rise, hearing it shake, and who writes $$ to their own backup? He opened his mouth, closed it, then laughed. Actually laughed. It was a sharp, brittle sound that didn't touch his eyes. You're overreacting, he said, like we were having a minor disagreement about something trivial. You're like, making this weird. I just didn't want to lose your pictures. Okay. You send me stuff and I wanted to keep it safe. I know girls freak out about their nudes getting out there, so I was trying to be careful. He spun the words out fast, like the story had been sitting ready on the tip of his tongue. There it was, the part that scared me almost more than the images themselves. Not that he lied. That he lied like he'd practiced. 2.3. The buyer steps into the light. Approximately 100 words, the argument didn't end with some cinematic explosion. There was no screaming match that shook the walls, no dramatic storm out. It ended in that ugly, deflated way real fights often do him, insisting I was blowing things out of proportion. Me shaking so hard my teeth felt like they might rattle loose. At some point, I don't even remember making the decision. I put his phone down on the nightstand, slid off the bed, and grabbed my coat from the chair. "Where are you going?" he asked, incredulous, like the answer wasn't obvious. "Home," I said. My voice sounded distant to my own ears, like it belonged to someone narrating a story about me instead of me myself. And then to the police. He sat up, hair disheveled, eyes wide in a way that might have looked hurt if I hadn't just read his text thread selling me by the image. "Come on," he said. "You're not serious. They're not going to care. You sent me pictures. Remember, you knew I had them. It's all just digital. Nobody got hurt." I didn't say anything. I opened his door. The hallway outside was dim, lit by one dying fluorescent tube that flickered every few seconds, giving everything that stuttered. Jittery quality, like a bad video. The carpet smelled like spilled beer and old sweat. Someone was snoring loudly behind a closed door. Somewhere distant, a toilet flushed. My stomach lurched, and I swallowed hard. One hand pressed flat over it, as if I could keep everything inside by force. I walked out without slamming the door, because it felt like using up energy I needed to stay upright. By the time I made it back to my sorority house, my hands had gone numb. The cold outside helped. It shocked my system, woke something stubborn in me. My phone was a warm weight in my pocket, the screenshot sitting there like a heartbeat. The RA on duty was sitting at the small desk near the entrance, laptop open, earbuds in. When she saw my face, she pulled one earbud out and straightened. "Hey," she said, voice shifting instantly from bored to alert. "What's wrong?" I didn't know how to start, so I just sat down in the chair across from her and put my phone on the desk between us. "I need to show you something," I said. She watched the images in silence, jaw tightening, eyes flicking from the screen to my face and back again. When she finally spoke, her voice was different, lower, more deliberate. "We're not handling this alone," she said. "We're going to campus safety. Now. Everything after that blurred into a series of hallways. First, the dorm hallway familiar, with its cheap white paint and corkboards covered in flyers. The smell of microwaved ramen and perfume. Then the administrative hallway quiet, carpeted. Offices with frosted glass windows and nameplates that made everyone behind them sound distant and important. Campus security's office was small and crowded. There were 2 desks, each with too many monitors, stacks of paper, and the permanent smell of burned coffee. A campus cop in a navy jacket with a radio clipped to his shoulder looked up when we walked in. The RA spoke first. That calm, firm tone she'd used on drunk girls in bathrooms and crying freshmen during orientation. She needs to report something. She said, "Now." They sat me in a chair that was slightly too low, so I felt like I was looking up at everyone. The officer asked me to start from the beginning. My voice shook, but it came. I talked about the photos, the album, the messages, the number with no name. My words came out in loops and stutters. I kept jumping back to fill in details I'd forgotten. They asked if I had proof. I unlocked my phone and handed it over. The officer scrolled through my screenshots, his expression tightening. His radio crackled with static and a burst of someone else's voice, unintelligible. He turned the volume down without looking away from the screen. "Has he threatened you?" he asked. Explicitly, the question landed strangely. Hannah, the RA, made a sound of frustration. "He doesn't have to say, 'I'm threatening you' for this to be wrong," she said. "He sold her pictures. Without her consent. That's..." "We're not minimizing," the officer said quickly. "We're documenting. There's a process." A second person came in, another security officer. This one older, with deep lines around his eyes. He smelled faintly of winter air and the coffee he'd brought in with him. They asked me to forward the screenshots to an official email, to write down Luke's full name, dorm, class year. Then they asked about the number. "Do you recognize it?" the older officer asked. I shook my head. The digits stared up at me from the paper where they'd written them down like they were daring me to claim them. "We can run it," he said. "See if it's attached to anyone in the university system." "You said this has been going on for weeks, since early in the semester," I said. My throat felt raw. Maybe longer. "I don't know when it started for him. They told me they'd follow up. They told me they might need me to speak with someone higher up Title IX. Student conduct. Maybe even outside law enforcement, depending on what they found." The words swam in my head, too official and too vague at the same time. When we stepped back outside, the air hit me like a slap. It was late enough that campus had gone mostly quiet. The big walkways were empty, lamps casting yellow pools on the snow-dusted paths. The cold sank through my coat in seconds. I pulled it tighter around myself and watched my breath curl in front of me. For a brief, stupid moment, I wondered if Luke was still asleep. The next couple of days were a patchwork of classes I barely remember. Hushed conversations with administrators. Emails with subject lines that made my skin crawl, incident report, follow-up, next steps. Professors looked at me a little too kindly. Friends whispered in corners when they thought I wasn't listening. I lived in a strange double existence, still a student with assignments and deadlines, and also suddenly evidence. It didn't take long for the number to come back with a name. They told me in a small office with a window that looked out over a parking lot. The administrator across from me, a woman from student conduct with a calm face and a stack of forms, folded her hands on the desk and said the name carefully, like it might detonate. "It's registered to a graduate student," she said. Your teaching assistant. Roar. The world did that thing where it seems to pull away from you for a second, like a camera zooming out too fast. I stared at her, then down at the paper where his name was printed in neat, black letters. Something about seeing it there, official and undeniable, was worse than reading it off a phone screen. On the phone, it could have been a mistake. Here, it was a fact. I thought of his pen tapping. 3. Pause. 2. Pause. I thought of him leaning forward when I spoke, that too attentive stillness. I thought of his comments in the margins of my paper. The word surveillance circled twice. I thought of his email about sticky passages, about who we are when we read, apparently who he was when he watched. They didn't let me in the room when they talked to Luke, but I heard about it later in pieces, how he cracked faster than anyone expected, how he admitted almost immediately that there had been money involved, that he sent the photos at Roar's request, starting around the time I first started speaking up more in class, that there had been conversations without me present about my look, my vibe, my potential. He called it stupid, a mistake. He said he hadn't thought it through. He said he'd assumed nobody would ever find out, that it existed in some consequence-free digital space. Roar, apparently, did not crack as quickly. He lawyered up. He deflected. He insisted he hadn't known the extent of what was being sent, that he thought it was just flirting between students, that the money was for other things, that he'd never met with me alone, never touched me, never crossed certain lines, as if that somehow erased the ones he'd stepped over repeatedly in the shadows. But screenshots are hard to argue with. Dates, times, image counts, payment confirmations, bank transfers. The university moved faster once those were on the table. Word spread in whispers Roar had been removed from teaching. Then he'd been dismissed. Then police involvement beyond campus. Real charges. People speculated in group chats, in dining halls, in the library stacks. Some of them sent me supportive messages. Some of them avoided me. Like what happened was contagious. Luke disappeared from campus almost overnight. Officially, it was withdrawal. Unofficially, everyone knew expelled. He blocked me on everything, which was almost funny in its pettiness. As if there were any part of him I still wanted access to. Roar's name vanished from the course site. A new TA appeared with a bland, apologetic smile. The seminar continued. Romanticism marched on. The radiator still ticked. The fluorescent lights still hummed. People still talked about memory and nature and the self as if nothing had happened in the space between those walls. On paper, the story was resolved. There were reports filed, actions taken, consequences handed down. The university could point to a breadcrumb trail of procedures and say, "See, we did what we were supposed to do." The police could point to records and say, "See, justice moves, even if you can't feel it." Time passed. A semester ended. Then another. I became a senior. I took other classes. I went to other parties. I filled my planner with new deadlines. I told myself, over and over, that what happened had been contained. Quarantined to that chapter of my life, that the rot had been cut out. Then, one night a few weeks ago, I was sitting in the front lounge of my sorority house, alone. It was late past midnight and the house had slipped into that deep quiet you only get on weeknights when everyone actually has work to do. The TV was off. The only light came from a lamp in the corner and the glow of my laptop screen. I got up to refill my water bottle and wandered over to the front window without really thinking about it. The glass was cold under my fingertips as I pushed the curtain aside. There, across the street, idling at the curb, was a silver sedan. It sat under the street lamp, paint catching the sodium light in a dull sheen. The exhaust puffed out in little white clouds that drifted up and away. The headlights were off, but the engine was on. I could see the faint, rhythmic rock of the car as it idled. I squinted, trying to see the driver. The windshield reflected the streetlight and the front of our house back at me. For a second, all I could see was my own faint shape superimposed over the scene. Then, behind that, a darker outline. The suggestion of a figure in the driver's seat. They didn't move. I stood there longer than I should have, heartbeat picking up, palms starting to sweat. I told myself it was nothing. Uber, DoorDash, someone on their phone, a neighbor, a coincidence. Eventually, the car pulled away, taillights flaring red before it disappeared around the corner. I almost convinced myself it didn't matter, until it came back. Not every night, not predictably, just often enough. Always late, always idling, always in that same spot under the street lamp where I could see it perfectly from our front window if I happened to look. I haven't seen anyone get in or out. I haven't seen a face clearly enough to swear to anything. But when I lie in bed now and hear an engine humming faintly outside, I don't picture a stranger with nowhere else to park. I picture a buyer whose favorite store got shut down, still circling, still shopping. Chapter 3, The Closet Door, 3.1, A house in the middle of nowhere, approximately 100 words. My name is Mike, but everyone calls me Mikey, like I never quite graduated out of being a kid. I'm 22. I still live with my parents, and yes, it's in California, but not the California you're picturing. People hear Northern California and imagine San Francisco, or wine country, or at least some kind of coastline with joggers and palm trees. That's not where I live. My California is pine trees and plowed snowbanks. It's cracked two-lane roads that vanish into dark forest, and nights where the sky feels carved out of frozen black stone. We're high enough up that winter is serious, not cute flurries. The kind of snow that stacks itself against the side of the house and stays there for months, layered like old paper. When storms roll in, the clouds sit low enough that it feels like they're pressing down on the roof. You hear it in the way the house creaks, like it's bearing weight. Our place is what realtors would call modest, and my dad calls good enough a single-story, 3-bedroom rectangle with a pitched roof and beige siding that looks gray half the year, surrounded by trees on 3 sides and a gravel driveway on the 4th. No real neighbors, unless you count the cabin that's a 10-minute drive up the road, and the highway that's another 20 minutes beyond that. You don't walk anywhere from our house. You drive or you don't go. From above, if you could hover there, it would be easy to draw a map. Front door smack in the middle of the long side, opening straight into the living room. Kitchen to the right. A square of linoleum and cabinets and the humming fridge. Straight ahead. A narrow hallway running like a spine from the living room to the back of the house. My parents' bedroom is at one end of that hallway. Their door usually cracked open just enough that the smell of my mom's lotion and my dad's aftershave leak out at night. At the other end is my room, smaller, with one window facing the trees out back. In between those doors is the guest room, which is really just a storage room that happens to have a bed in it under all the boxes and old luggage. Bathroom door on the right, closet doors on the left. All of it plain, practical, boring. I've known that layout my whole life. I could walk it in the dark without bumping into anything. I know exactly how many steps it takes from my bed to the front door, from the kitchen sink to the couch, from my parents' room to mine. I know which parts of the floor squeak and which don't. That kind of knowledge is comforting when you live this far away from other people. You might not have a neighbor to hear you scream, but you know your own house well enough to tell when it's not right. The weekend, everything happened. My parents were flying out of the country for a wedding. Some old friend of my mom's was getting married in Portugal. I never met her, but I've seen her Christmas cards on our fridge for years. My parents were weirdly excited about the trip. New stamps in the passport. Finally using their expired phrases from an old phrase book. That kind of thing. I wasn't invited. I told them I didn't care, and I meant it. A weekend alone sounded nice. No dad yelling at the news. No mom shouting down the hall asking if I'd checked the mail. Just quiet. The morning they left, the house was a flurry of last-minute chaos. Saw suitcases thumping down the hall. My mom running back to grab just one more thing. My dad shouting about his keys even though they were in his pocket. The whole place was full of movement and sound zippers, phone alerts, the click of the coffee maker, the rush of the shower, voices overlapping. Then the front door opened. Cold air slapped in, and they were gone. The door shut. Their car backed down the driveway, tires crunching over frozen gravel. The sound of the engine faded into the distance, and the house changed. If you've never been alone in a place that's usually full, you don't realize how loud empty can be. It was like someone had taken a blanket off the house and exposed every little noise. The furnace kicked on with a whoomp and a low, steady rumble, then clicked off again when the thermostat was satisfied. The fridge compressor hummed, then cut out with a soft, definitive click that landed in the silence like punctuation. Wind slid along the siding, a long, low hiss that turned into a gentle, irregular scratching when it threaded through the bare branches of the trees. Those branches brushed against the outside of my window sometimes, especially when it was gusty. Tap, scratch, tap, tap. Little finger-like touches from the dark. I walked through each room after they left, more out of habit than anything. Checking doors, checking windows, front lock turned, back door bolted, kitchen window latched, bathroom window latched. The familiar checklist I've been doing since I was old enough to stay home alone. In the living room, the TV sat dark and reflective. The couch had the faded indent of where my dad usually sat. The throw blanket my mom used was folded over the back in a neat rectangle, which is how you knew she was the last one to touch it. A mug on the coffee table, rinsed but not put away. In the kitchen, the sink was empty. The fridge magnet with our emergency numbers and the local sheriff's office clung crookedly to the door. Someone had written a note on a sticky pad and left it stuck near the phone flight, 8:10 p.m. Love you. Mikey. My mom's handwriting, loopy and leaning right, down the hallway. Their bedroom was neat bed made, suitcases gone. My room at the other end was the opposite rumpled comforter, a half-folded pile of laundry on the chair, headphones on the nightstand, a couple of empty water bottles on the floor. I stood in the middle of the hallway for a second, listening. The furnace cycled off, leaving a brief hush. In that gap, I could hear the faint ticking of the hot metal cooling. The fridge clicked again. Somewhere in the house, a single board in the floor made a quiet popping sound as it settled. People always say houses creak when they're settling. like they're living things shifting in their sleep. Alone that first night. The metaphor felt too close. The house didn't feel like a neutral object around me. It felt like some big, quiet animal that had been startled and was slowly resuming its breathing. Whatever. I tried to shake it off. I grabbed a soda from the fridge, went back to my room, and fired up my computer. I played games, watched videos, sent a few messages in group chats. Normal stuff. Every once in a while, I'd hear the wind press against the siding and the soft tap of tree branches against the glass. And I'd think, yeah, that's right. It's just weather. The first night, I slept fine. The second night is the one I keep replaying. But if you want to understand why what happened felt so wrong, you have to understand this. Nothing big changed about the house. No doors slammed on their own. No pictures fell off walls. No obvious horror movie warning signs. It was the same ordinary place it had always been. Same furnace cycle. Same fridge click. Same wind sliding along the siding. Tree branches tapping on the windows like fingertips from the outside. The only thing that was different was who else was in it. 3.2 Waking for no reason. Approximately 100 words. The second night. I went to bed like nothing bad could possibly happen. I stayed up later than I should have. Half because the house felt too big when it was quiet, and half because that's what you do when nobody's here to tell you not to. I microwaved leftover pizza at midnight. The plate turning slowly while the microwave hummed and the numbers counted down in green. I ate on the couch with the TV on low. Some forgettable movie playing just to keep sound in the room so I didn't have to listen to every creak and sigh of the house. Outside, the wind had picked up. You could hear it slide along the siding in long, low breaths. The trees out back leaned and straightened, branches scraping gently against the windows every few seconds in an uneven rhythm. Tap, scratch, pause, tap, tap, like someone thinking about knocking and changing their mind. By the time the credits rolled, I was fighting to keep my eyes open. I rinsed my plate, shut off the TV, and walked down the hallway, hitting the light switches as I went. Living room click, kitchen click, hallway click. Each one dropped another section of the house into darkness, until the only light was the soft glow from the lamp on my nightstand. My room felt small and safe when I closed the door. 4 walls, 1 bed, 1 desk, 1 dresser. My closet, a sliding door on rails, closed, always closed. That last part has been a thing for as long as I can remember. When I was a kid, I went through a phase where I couldn't sleep if the closet was even a little bit open. It wasn't about monsters, exactly. It was about the dark gap, that vertical strip of nothingness. My dumb kid brain decided it was a doorway to someplace worse than whatever I could see in the rest of the room. My parents tried to reason with me. There's nothing in there that isn't there during the day. My mom would say, flicking the light on to show me the same hanging shirts, the same boxes, the same scuffed floor. Look, didn't matter. If the door was open at night, something in me stayed awake and watched it until I either passed out from exhaustion or gave up and went to sleep in their room. Eventually, I grew out of it enough to stop saying anything, but I never really stopped closing the door. The closet in my current room is the worst possible type for someone like me. It's not one solid panel that swings shut and latches. It's 2 thin, hollow core sliders on a track. They don't like to stay all the way closed. If you don't line them up right, they bounce back a little, leaving a sliver of darkness like an eyelid half open. So I have a routine. Every night, last thing I do, I get out of bed, Put my hands flat on the edge of the sliding door and pull until the two panels meet in the middle with a soft, plasticky thump. I stand there for an extra second, making sure they don't drift apart. That night, I did exactly that. I checked my phone one last scroll, one last look at nothing, and then I set it on the nightstand, plugged it in, and flipped on airplane mode. That's another habit. Up here, sometimes storms mess with the service, and if I don't put my phone on airplane, it buzzes all night with ghost notifications as it tries to reconnect. I lay down. The sheets were cold at first, then warmed up around me. The house settled into its night sounds, furnace cycling on with a low growl. Then off again, fridge humming, then clicking, wind brushing the siding, tree branches tapping the window, the occasional deep, structural creak in the walls as the temperature dropped. My eyes slid shut. I don't remember dreaming. I don't remember tossing or turning. I just remember being asleep and then, suddenly, not. I woke up like somebody had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. My heart was already racing, pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I sucked in a breath so sharp it hurt, lungs burning like I'd just surfaced from underwater. For a second, I had no idea where I was. The dark was too complete. I waited for a sound to explain why I was awake. A buzz from my phone, a car in the driveway, my parents' voices. Something. Nothing. It was that kind of quiet that isn't actually silent. The furnace was off. The fridge was between cycles. The wind had eased, so the tree branches outside weren't tapping. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing and the faint, high ringing in my ears from my heart hammering too fast. My eyes adjusted slowly. At first, everything was just shapes, shadows stacking on shadows. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed red numbers into the darkness. But I was facing the other way and didn't want to move yet. My brain started doing its usual middle-of-the-night math. Maybe you just woke up. People wake up for no reason sometimes. Maybe you had a dream you can't remember. Maybe the furnace turning off shifted the pressure enough that it shocked you awake. That happens. I stayed still, listening harder. No phone buzz. Right. Airplane mode. Nothing from outside. No crunching gravel. No car doors slamming. Just the heavy, thick quiet of forest at night. I rolled onto my back slowly, blanket rustling softly, and pulled my head up just enough to see over the edge of the bed. That's when I saw it. My closet door was open. Not wide. Not all the way. Just off. The two sliding panels that I'd lined up perfectly before bed were no longer touching. One had drifted back just enough to leave a vertical strip of darkness between them. Not a crack I could blame on house settling. A deliberate gap, big enough for someone to look through. Big enough, in my stupid lizard brain, for something to slip out. For a moment. There was a battle between the 5-year-old version of me and the 22-year-old version. The older part of me said, "Doors don't just open by themselves." It said, "Maybe you didn't close it as tightly as you thought." It said, "It's a shitty track. Remember, maybe the vibration from the furnace made it slide an inch." The younger part of me, the one that used to lie awake at night staring at just such a gap, said nothing. It just poured cold fear into my veins. I couldn't look away. My eyes locked onto that dark strip like it was a word I needed to read. At night, the closet is worse than any other part of the room. It's not just shadow. It's layered shadow. The darkness inside the closet is darker than the darkness in the room. It's like looking into a throat. My brain tried one more trick. You're dreaming. That little voice, thin and hopeful. This is one of those nightmares where you think you're awake, but you're not. If you move too fast, you'll wake yourself up for real and feel dumb about it. But my body refused to believe it. Dream fear is hazy, muffled, like it's coming through water. This was sharp. My palms were slick with sweat. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. I could feel the cool air on my face where I'd pushed the blanket down. I could feel a stray thread from my blanket itching my ankle. These were the kinds of details you don't get in dreams. Also, in dreams, you don't usually feel your heart pounding so hard that you can see your own pulse throbbing in your peripheral vision. I lay there, staring at the crack in the closet door, and tried to picture myself standing up. Just standing up, walking over there, and sliding it shut again. That's all. A few steps, one motion, done. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else, because the longer I looked, the less it felt like a door that had drifted open. It felt like a door that had been opened and then stopped, like someone had pulled it back just far enough to step through, then let go. Two shapes at the edge of the bed, approximately 100 words. I don't know how long I lay there staring at that crack in the closet door. It felt like a long time, but when you're running on pure adrenaline, 10 seconds can stretch into forever. My phone was on the nightstand, where I always put it. Airplane mode on. No calls coming in. No texts. No notifications. Just a black slab of glass. I suddenly needed more than anything. I forced my hand to move. It sounds dramatic, but that's really what it felt like, forcing it. My arm felt heavy and numb, like I'd slept on it wrong. Except I hadn't. Every inch I lifted it. My heartbeat seemed to get louder. I slid my hand carefully across the sheet, slow enough that the fabric barely rustled, until my fingers brushed the edge of the nightstand. The wood under my fingertips was cool and familiar. I curled my hand over the lip, groped blindly until I found the smooth rectangle of my phone. My thumb bumped the side button and the screen lit up, turning my whole room into a negative for a split second, edges sharper, shadows deeper. The clock said 3:17 a.m. Of course it did. For a second, all I saw was the time. Then my eyes snapped back to the closet. The door was still open. The dark gap seemed even blacker now against the weak spill of light from my phone screen. My throat tightened. I could feel the air sitting heavy in my lungs, like it was too thick to breathe properly. My thumb hovered over the flashlight icon. It's amazing how many thoughts you can have in the half second before you touch a screen. If there was nothing there, I'd feel ridiculous in the morning for being this scared. If there was something there, then seeing it wouldn't make it less real. It would just erase the last tiny layer of denial I had left. I tapped the icon. The flashlight burst to life, a hard white beam that split the darkness. My hand shook so badly that the light jittered across the ceiling, the wall, the closet doors, and then dropped down to the edge of my bed. Two shapes were standing there. They were closer than I ever want anything to be while I'm sleeping again. Right at the side of the bed, just inside the reach of my arm if I'd tried to touch them, for one frozen heartbeat. The light washed over them in a messy swing. All my brain could register were outlines, shoulders, arms, the suggestion of faces turned toward me. They didn't scream. They didn't even flinch. They just moved. The moment the beam hit them full on, they split. One peeled left, one right, with this horrible, practiced sort of speed. Like they'd done it before. Like they'd anticipated exactly where the light would go and how long I'd take to react. It wasn't the scrambling of someone surprised. It was coordinated, almost mechanical. I don't remember deciding to scream. It ripped out of me, high and raw, tearing straight up from my chest like something escaping. My throat burned immediately. The sound didn't even sound like mine. It was animal panic, wordless, just volume and terror. The phone slipped in my sweaty grip. The flashlight beam snapped up to the ceiling, then to the corner, then back down. For a split second, it caught the right-hand figure's back dark clothes, a hunched outline, and then they were gone. Past the end of the bed, moving toward the door. Footsteps pounded on my floor, not heavy like my dad's, but fast. 2 sets, one on the left side of the bed, one on the right, converging near the doorway. The sound of socked feet on the hardwood, quick and urgent. I could feel the vibrations in the mattress frame. My whole body finally caught up with what was happening. I threw myself out of bed, legs almost tangling in the blanket as it slid off. My knees hit the floor harder than I meant them to. Pain shot up my shins, but I barely registered it. I kept screaming. I think I just didn't know how to stop. The phone rattled in my hand. The flashlight swung wildly, catching a flash of the door frame, the wall, my open bedroom door. I saw the last heel of one of them disappearing into the hallway. Then all I had were sounds, the sharp exhale of someone turning, the thud of feet hitting the hall, the frantic rhythm of them running away from my room. I stumbled after them. The hallway felt impossibly long, like it had stretched overnight. The house, which normally felt compact and predictable, now felt like a tunnel. Shadows clung to the corners despite the flashlight. My own footsteps slapped the floor, uneven. I was still making noise, gasps and half-yelled words that didn't form sentences. Hey, get out, get out. I don't know who I thought I was talking to. I just knew that if I stopped making sound, something worse would happen. The 2 figures were ahead of me, just out of full view, shapes disappearing around the corner into the living room. I caught a flash of one dark hoodie, pants, something that could have been gloved hands, but it was always at the edge of the light, never fully caught. The front door loomed up out of the dark, slightly ajar. For one surreal second, I had the insane thought that my parents would walk in and ask why I was yelling. Then the 2 shapes hit the entryway and the door flew open wider. Cold air rushed in, hitting me even from halfway down the hallway. One of them threw the door the rest of the way open, and they both went through. The last thing I saw clearly was the back of a shoulder, the white wedge of the door frame, and then they were gone. The door slammed. The sound was so loud it felt physical. It cracked through the house like a gunshot. The walls seemed to shiver with it. For a moment afterward, there was a ringing silence, like the building itself was stunned. I staggered to a stop in the middle of the living room, panting. My chest hurt. My throat was on fire. The flashlight beam was shaking so badly it looked like the room was vibrating. The front door was shut. The deadbolt was still turned. That didn't register right away. I took another few steps, hand outstretched, then realized the latch was in the locked position. Metal piece fully engaged in the frame. The door didn't move when I shoved at it, just rattled slightly in the jam. They hadn't locked it behind them. They couldn't have. That kind of lock only turns from the inside. I stood there, staring at it, my brain tripping over the details. I know now that what must have happened was simple. I hadn't turned the lock all the way earlier, and the impact of the slammed door had jostled it into place. That's the explanation everyone likes. Clean, mechanical. In that moment, all it meant was the door was closed. They were gone, and I was alone again. The silence that fell over the house after the slam was wrong. Normally, even when it's quiet, there's something going on. The distant rumble of the highway, a late-night car driving past, the hum of the fridge, the tick of the furnace, the wind pressing against the siding. Now, there was nothing. The furnace was between cycles. The fridge had just clicked off. The wind had gone still. Even the trees outside seemed to have frozen. My ears rang with the echo of my own screams, the phantom pounding of footsteps, the slam reverberating in my skull. I realized I was still holding my phone in a death grip. My fingers ached. The flashlight beam had settled enough that I could see the room more clearly now. Couch, coffee table, the dark rectangle of the TV, the hallway behind me. Every instinct I had screamed at me to get out, to run into the driveway, barefoot in the snow if I had to, and keep running until I got to the neighbor's cabin or the highway or anywhere that wasn't this house. But another instinct, the one that wanted walls around me, a lock between me and outside, won. Instead, I backed toward my room, never taking the light off the front door until I hit the hallway, then never taking it off the shadows in front of me as I retreated. By the time I got back to my bedroom doorway, my breathing had calmed a little, not much, enough that I wasn't on the edge of hyperventilating. My heartbeat had dropped from immediate heart attack to might survive this if I'm lucky. I stepped into my room, flashlight sweeping the walls, the window, the bed. That's when I remembered the sound. Back when I'd first lit up the room, the first chaotic swing of the flashlight, when I saw the two shapes, there'd been another noise, a smaller one, buried under the scream and the pounding and the rush, something falling, something hard hitting the floor near the edge of the bed. I shone the light down. There, on the floor, right where I'd first seen them standing, was a knife. For a moment, my brain refused to see it as that. It registered shape before meaning a long, narrow object, a pale handle, the glint of metal in the flashlight beam. Then the meaning slammed into place and my stomach lurched again. It wasn't some vague, could-be-anything object. It wasn't a random tool or a piece of junk from my room. It was a kitchen knife. Not just any knife, either. One of my mom's. I recognized it instantly. White handle, 3 little black rivets, a thin blade that had been sharpened so many times over the years that the edge had a slightly different gleam to it than the rest. It belonged in the wooden block next to the stove, 3rd slot from the right. I'd seen her chop vegetables with it 1,000 times. I'd dried it with a dish towel and slid it carefully back into its place. I'd stolen it once to cut a frozen pizza in my room and gotten yelled at for leaving it in the sink. Now it was lying on the carpet by my bed, right where they'd been standing while I slept. Chapter 4, No Signs of Forced Entry, 3300 4.1911 Locked Door, Waiting in the Dark. Approximately 100 words for a second. I just stared at the knife like it might move on its own. The flashlight beam trembled over it, making the metal look like it was breathing. My brain was trying to do 3 things at once: deny what I was seeing, figure out how it got there, and not completely lose it. The denial lost quickly. Whatever half-developed grown-up logic I had about maybe it's not what it looks like died the moment I remembered the knife block in the kitchen. The empty third slot from the right. The fact that I had gone to bed with all the normal sounds in the house and woken up to two strangers standing over me in the dark. One of them had dropped that knife when I lit them up. I backed away. 1 step, 2, until my calves hit the edge of the bed. My knees almost gave out. For a heartbeat. I pictured myself falling backward onto the mattress like people do in movies, but the idea of being horizontal again, of not having my feet ready to move, made my skin crawl. I bent down instead, never taking the flashlight off the knife, grabbed it by the handle with 2 fingers like it was contaminated, and flung it up onto the mattress. The blade landed with a soft thud on the comforter, point buried in the fabric. Seeing it there, on the bed where I'd been asleep less than 10 minutes ago, made everything worse. My stomach twisted. I yanked the blanket off the bed completely, balling it up and shoving it toward the footboard like that could erase what almost happened. Then I did what I should have done the moment I realized they were gone. I shut my bedroom door and locked it. The click of the lock sliding into place sounded thin, too small against everything else that had just happened. I knew, logically, that if they came back and really wanted to get in, a flimsy interior door wasn't going to stop them, but it was something I could control, a barrier I could create. My hands were shaking so hard that when I tried to dial 911, I almost dropped my phone. The flashlight went off for a second as my thumb hit the wrong part of the screen. The room plunged back into darkness, and my heart shot into my throat. I fumbled, hit the side button, brought the light back, and jabbed at the numbers again. 911. The call connected. Ring 1, 2, 911. What's your emergency? The operator's voice was calm, neutral, almost bored. No judgment in it, no emotion. Like she'd picked up at a call center for something mundane. It felt obscene. My voice cracked. I had to swallow and try again. There were people in my house, in my room. I woke up, and they were just there. And they ran out. And I had to stop because the words were bottlenecking, piling up behind my teeth. Okay, she said. I need you to take a breath for me. You're safe right now, I think so. I said, I don't know. I locked my door. They're gone. I think they ran out the front door. I heard it slam. What's your address? I told her. I could hear my own breathing in the pause that followed. Too loud. Uneven. Officers are on their way, she said. Stay on the line with me. Okay. Are you alone in the house? Yes. The word came out small. Anyone else who might have a key roommate? Sibling? Friend? No. My parents are out of the country. It's just me. Okay. Her voice stayed steady, but something in the cadence shifted, like she was mentally checking a different box now. Can you tell me if you're injured? No. They didn't. My eyes flicked to the knife on the bed. They didn't touch me. I woke up before anything happened. Before they started. My brain finished for me. Good, she said. That's good. I want you to stay where you are. Do not go back out into the house until officers arrive and clear it. Can you lock your window? It's already locked, I said automatically. I checked earlier. I always check. I realized I was starting to babble and clamped my mouth shut. What room are you in right now? My bedroom. It's at the end of the hallway, back of the house. All right. You said your door is locked, yes. If you hear anything, anyone trying the handle, any noises you can't explain, I want you to tell me right away. Okay. The room light was still off. Only the flashlight and the glow from my phone screen lit the walls in a small, harsh circle. I reached out with my free hand and flipped the switch. The overhead light clicked on with a soft pop, washing everything in too bright yellow. For a moment, my eyes hurt. When they adjusted, the normalcy of the room hit me like a punch. Same posters on the wall, same laundry pile in the corner, same gaming chair with my hoodie thrown over the back, same crooked stack of books on the nightstand, same sheets, and on the bed, like someone had staged it for a crime scene photo. The knife, my mom's kitchen knife, half buried in my comforter, blade still pointed in the direction where my body had been. The operator kept talking, asking me to repeat the sequence of events. When did I go to bed? What time I thought I woke up? What exactly I saw? How many people there were? Did I see their faces? How tall? What kind of clothes? Any details that stood out? I answered mechanically, my brain replaying flashes of the last 5 minutes on a loop. 2 figures, one slightly taller than the other, dark clothes, no shoes. Socks, I couldn't be sure. No voices, just breathing and footfalls and the slam of the door. That weird, synchronized way they moved when the light hit them. And you're certain you didn't recognize them, she asked. Yes, I said. I don't know them. I've never seen them before. Silence on the other end for a moment, except for the faint tapping of keys. Probably. Or maybe that was just static. You're doing great, she said. Officers should be there any minute. You might hear them outside. They'll identify themselves. As if on cue, I caught a new sound under the ringing in my ears. Tires on gravel. A car pulling into the driveway has a very specific noise out here. The crunch and shift of rock. The way it gets louder as it approaches, then settles into a low rumble as it stops. I went very still, every muscle seizing up again, until I saw flashes of blue and red light stutter across my ceiling through the window. They're here, I said, voice a little breathless. Okay, the operator replied. Stay in your room until they knock and identify themselves. Don't hang up until you hear that. All right, yeah. Okay. Car doors thudded, boots crunched on the frozen driveway. Then on the wooden steps up to the front door. There was a loud, firm knock. Knuckles or maybe the flat of a fist against the wood. Sheriff's office, a man's voice called. Police, anyone inside, I told the operator they were here. She let me go after that, her voice softening just a fraction before she did. You did the right thing calling, she said. Let them check everything out. If you need to, you can always call back. I hung up and realized my hand was cramped around the phone. I had to pry my fingers off it one by one. The flashlight was still on. My thumb pressed against the screen in a way that had probably been draining the battery this whole time. I stepped into the hallway, heart in my throat, and called back. In here. My voice sounded smaller than I meant it to. Stay where you are, one of the officers shouted. We're coming to you. I heard them moving through the house before I saw them. Boots on the floor. The squeak of the front door swinging open wider. The low murmur of radio static and muttered conversation. Flashlight beams sliced through the dim living room. Bright white circles sweeping across the furniture. They moved with practiced efficiency, clearing corners, checking behind doors, glancing at windows. I watched their progress down the hallway, one beam sweeping low, one high until they reached my door. "Mind if I open this?" a voice asked from the other side. Closer now. I unlocked the door and stepped back, suddenly aware that I was in an old t-shirt and sweatpants, bare feet on the cold floor, eyes wild. The door opened, and two uniformed officers filled the frame, the brightness of their flashlights making them look almost like cutouts against it. One of them, older, with lines carved deep between his eyebrows, did a quick scan of my room before letting his light settle on my face. "You're Mikey?" he asked. I nodded. My throat felt tight again. "Yeah. You alone in the house?" the other one asked. Younger, buzzed haircut, jaw tense. "Yeah. All right," the older one said. "We're going to take a look around." "Okay. Just to make sure whoever you saw is gone. You said you think they went out the front door." "I heard it slam," I said. "They ran down the hall. I chased them." Saying it out loud made it sound dumber, more reckless. The younger officer's eyebrows went up a fraction, but he didn't comment. "You did good locking yourself in and calling us." The older one said, "Next time, maybe skip the chasing part." He gave me a quick, reassuring half smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, then turned back into the hall. The two of them fanned out through the house, voices low, clear, back doors locked, windows look good. Nothing outside, no fresh tracks I can see from the porch, but it's hard to tell. Their flashlights carved the house up into pieces, spilling over familiar shapes and making them look strange. The couch, the TV, the kitchen counters, the knife block. I watched one of them pause there, shining his beam down. "One missing," he called back. My stomach turned. "Yeah," I said. It's in here." I pointed to my room. They came back, and their twin beams dropped to the bed where the knife still sat on the rumpled comforter like a centerpiece that didn't belong. Seeing their faces when they saw it, just that brief tightening, the quick, professional recalibration, made me feel a little less crazy. They picked it up carefully, by the handle, holding it away from their bodies, like it was already evidence. 4.2, the explanation that doesn't fit. Approximately 100 words. They stayed for almost an hour. It felt longer. Time stretched out around the questions, the flashlight beams, the sound of their boots moving from room to room. They checked every closet, every window latch, every door. They went out onto the porch and shone their lights across the front yard, the driveway, the tree line. One of them walked the perimeter of the house, beams sweeping over the snow, looking for footprints where there shouldn't be any. He came back inside, stomping his boots on the mat. Hard to tell. He said to the older officer, "Stuff's drifted. We've got your tracks. Couple from earlier, but nothing that looks new." It was still dark outside. Through the front window, I could see the cruiser in the driveway. Its light bar turned off now, just a dark shape under the sky. The porch light cast a yellow cone over the steps. Beyond that, the world was black and white and blue, snow, trees, and night. They sat me down on the couch in the living room. My hands were wrapped around a mug of water one of them had handed me like it might help, but I couldn't remember drinking any of it. My fingers were stiff and cold against the ceramic. The older officer took out a small notebook and a pen. He didn't look tired, exactly, but there was a heaviness in his shoulders that made me think this was not how he'd planned to spend his night. Okay. Mikey, he said. We've done a sweep. Here's what we've got. He glanced around the room as if to confirm it hadn't changed in the last 60 seconds. Back door's locked. Windows are locked. No broken glass. No pry marks that I can see. No obvious signs of forced entry. The phrase hung in the air like it had weight. No signs of forced entry. So how did they get in? I asked. My voice sounded thin, like it was coming from a few feet away. He gave me the kind of look adults give when they're about to say something they know you won't like. Only way that makes sense, he said, is if a door was left unlocked, probably the front. They took advantage of that. Came in, realized someone was home, panicked when you woke up, ran. It happens. I locked the door, I said automatically. Earlier tonight, he asked. Yes. The memory was clear in my head. The weight of the door in my hand. The click of the deadbolt. The little mental checklist I always did: doors, windows, stove. You're sure? Yes. Heat rose in my face. It felt like a test I was failing. He nodded slowly, not writing anything down. Sometimes, he said, what we remember and what we did don't line up, especially when we're tired. Could be you turned the knob but didn't get it all the way. Could be it bounced back a bit. These older locks can be finicky. He said it like he'd explained this 100 times before, like there was a script for nights like this. But I heard it slam. I said, they slammed it behind them, and then it was locked. How does that impact can jar a lock into place? He said. If the deadbolt wasn't fully engaged, that kind of force can push it over. We see that sometimes. People swear they locked a door. It wasn't quite there. Then a good slam seals it. It's not uncommon. He didn't say, you're wrong. He didn't have to. The words sat between us anyway. The younger officer was standing near the hallway, arms folded, glancing back toward my bedroom now and then, like he expected someone else to step out of it. He had the knife, now bagged and tagged, on the end table in front of him. The plastic crackled softly when he shifted his weight. And, just to be clear, the older one said, you didn't see any weapons in their hands. No, I admitted. Not until afterward. I mean, the knife was on the floor. They must have had it, but I didn't see it in their hands. It was dark. Right, he said. He scribbled something in his notebook. We'll log the knife. We'll keep an eye on things. I'll file a report tonight. We'll also ask around. See if we've had any similar calls in the area. Could be kids messing around. Could be someone checking for easy targets. Either way, you did the right thing calling us. There was that phrase again. You did the right thing. It should have made me feel better. All it did was highlight how little the right thing seemed to change the outcome. So what now? I asked. Now, he said. We clear out and let you try to get some rest. We'll patrol past a little more often for the next few nights. If you see or hear anything suspicious again, you call immediately. Don't hesitate. The idea of them leaving made my stomach drop. The house, with their flashlights cutting through it and their radios mumbling static, felt occupied, less empty. As soon as they took that with them, it would go back to just being me and the walls. You don't stay, I asked, hating how young I sounded. He gave me a sympathetic look, "We can't post a guard," he said. "We just don't have that kind of manpower. I wish we did. But you've got locks. You've got us a phone call away. You'll be okay." The younger one shifted, like he wanted to say something more reassuring and couldn't find the words. He settled on, "Make sure everything's locked again before you go back to bed. Maybe leave a light on. Sometimes that's enough to keep people from trying." A light. As if whoever had been standing at the edge of my bed with my mom's knife needed a reminder that someone was home. They left a card on the coffee table with a case number scribbled on the back. The older officer paused at the front door, hand on the knob, and looked back at me. "I know tonight was scary," he said. "But nothing happened beyond the scare. That's the good news. Get some sleep if you can. Daylight always makes things look better." With that, they stepped out into the cold. I watched through the front window as they walked back to the cruiser, breath visible in little clouds. The car doors shut. The engine came alive. Headlights swept across the yard, briefly turning the trees into pale skeletons, then swung away as they pulled out. The crunch of their tires on the gravel faded. The house closed in again. The silence after they left felt different from the silence after the intruders. Less like pressure, more like emptiness. But it wasn't comforting. It felt like being dropped. I checked the front door again. I turned the lock, tested it, pulled. Solid. I went to the back door, the windows, the sliding glass in the kitchen. Every lock was engaged. Every latch was down. The house was sealed as well as a house can be. My hands moved through the motions like they'd been doing it for years, but my brain kept replaying the officer's words. "Only way that makes sense is you left it unlocked. Impact can jar a lock into place. We see that sometimes." Except, I knew I hadn't. There are some routines you do so often they etch themselves into your memory. Locking the doors at night was one of mine. I could picture my hand on the deadbolt, the exact angle of my wrist, the soft clack when the metal slid into place, the way I always tugged once after. Just to be sure, I hadn't been drunk. I hadn't been half asleep. I didn't have anyone distracting me. I'd done it the same way I always did. If I was wrong about that, what else was I wrong about? I made it back to my room on autopilot. The knife-shaped absence on my bedspread made the air feel colder. I stripped the blankets off completely, dropped them in the corner like they were contaminated, and replaced them with clean ones from the closet. Trying not to look too long into the space where the hangers swung, sleep didn't feel like an option. I sat on the edge of the bed instead, phone in my hand, the officer's card next to me. Dawn was still hours away. The window was just a black rectangle, reflecting my own pale, wrecked face back at me. My parents got home the next day around noon. Their flight had connected through New York, then dropped them back into our nearest city. Then they'd driven the rest of the way, rolling bags through the door with that exhausted, hollow look people get after too many hours in transit. For a second, when they walked in talking over each other about delays and bad airport food, it almost felt like nothing had happened. Then they saw my face. "What's wrong?" my mom asked immediately, dropping her purse onto the floor instead of the hook by the door, which she'd normally nag herself about. My dad's eyes narrowed. "You okay, bud?" I told them. I didn't want to, but not telling wasn't an option. If they heard about it from someone else first, it would be worse. So I laid it out in pieces, the waking up, the figures, The chase, the knife, the police. I watched their expressions change: concern, fear, anger. They focused on the same thing the officer had. "You didn't lock the door," my dad said. "I did." The answer came out too fast. "I swear, I did. I remember. They said it must not have been turned all the way. And when it slammed, you know better than that." He cut in, the edge in his voice sharp. "We're out of the country, and you don't double-check, and you know how isolated we are out here. We've talked about this. If someone wants to get in, this house is Jim." My mom snapped, putting a hand on his arm. "Stop. He's scared." "It's not helpful to, I'm just saying," he said, loud enough to drown her out. "This is exactly why we always tell you to check the doors. You can't assume. You can't forget." The shame landed heavier than the fear for a moment. I felt my face heat up, my chest tighten. It was like being caught breaking something when I was a kid. Instinctively, I wanted to apologize, to promise I'd be more careful, even though the stubborn part of me was sure I hadn't done what they were accusing me of. "I didn't forget," I said quietly. "I know I didn't." "Okay," my mom said, softer, trying to bridge the gap. "Okay, maybe you didn't. Maybe the lock is sticky. We'll have someone look at it. The important thing is you're okay. They didn't hurt you." She tried to hug me. I let her. Her coat was still cold from outside, the fabric crinkling against my cheek. She smelled like airplane air and the floral hand sanitizer she always carried. My dad, still bristling, went to the front door and started testing the lock, opening and closing it, turning the deadbolt, muttering under his breath about hardware and maintenance and goddamn kids. They were angry in that parental way that mixes fear and frustration. In their version of the story, the lesson was simple: be more careful. Lock the door properly next time. Don't give bad people an easy way in. But the part that stuck with me wasn't about the lock. It was about the knife. Because even if the front door had been left hanging wide open, hell, even if I'd put up a sign that said, "Come on in," nobody's home. None of it explained why somebody would walk past the TV, past the computer, past the stack of mail on the table, past everything else worth stealing, and go straight to my room, stand over my bed, and bring a knife. 4.3 The house replays the night. Approximately 100 words, the cops left. My parents calmed down, and on paper, that was that. But the house didn't let it be that. The first couple of days after it happened, I moved through the rooms like I was trying not to wake something up. I caught myself walking softer, closing cabinets more gently, flinching when my own footsteps sounded too loud. The daytime version of the house was still familiar sunlight on the kitchen floor, the hum of the fridge, my mom wiping counters like she could erase what had happened by disinfecting enough surfaces. It was the micro things that started to get to me. The front door, for example. I must have checked that lock 100 times in 3 days. You'd think I'd get used to the feel of it. But every time my fingers closed around the deadbolt, I felt this little jolt of almost recognition, like touching a bruise. I started noticing details I'd never paid attention to before: a tiny scratch in the paint near the latch, a faint dent in the wood where the doorknob could have hit if someone swung it open too hard. Those marks could have been there for years. They probably had been. But now my brain circled them, hungry for evidence that the night hadn't just appeared from nowhere. Near the mat by the front door, there was a smudge, just a darker patch on one of the floorboards. The shape not quite distinct enough to call it anything. It could have been dirt from our own boots, a shadow from the way the light hit. But every time I walked past it, I saw a heel print, a ghost of tread. I started wiping it with my sock, just to see if it would fade. It didn't. Not all the way. It just blurred, ambiguous. That's what everything felt like, plausible deniability built into the wood and paint. At night, the house changed again. I didn't sleep much. I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, the dark pressing down, my ears tuned to every sound. The normal house noises I'd grown up with became a kind of sick playback, like the building was trying to reenact the night on a loop. The sequence was always the same. First, the furnace. It would run for a while. That low, steady rumble under everything, like a big animal breathing in the walls. Then, at some point past midnight, it would click off. The sound was small, a mechanical sigh, a soft knock of metal cooling, but now it landed like a starting gun. Then the fridge. The compressor would hum and hum and hum, and then cut off with that precise, familiar click. Another tiny sound, one I'd literally never thought about until the night 2 people were in my room with a knife. Furnace off, fridge click, and then there was the silence. Not just lack of noise, a kind of pause in the house. No air moving through vents, no motor running, no distant car on the road. Just this thick, held breath moment where it felt like the entire building was listening with me. It was in that silence that I'd woken up. The first time I noticed the pattern was 2 nights after the break-in. I was lying there, forcing myself to breathe slow, trying not to jump at every creak. Furnace shut off, whoomp, then quiet. I tensed without meaning to. A few minutes later, the fridge clicked, and I felt my heart start to race like it had that night, as if my body recognized the sound sequence before my brain did. I stared at the closet door, which I'd triple-checked and wedged shut with a chair for good measure. The crack of darkness was gone, but the memory of it sat in my chest like a stone. The house settled. One board in the ceiling popped as the temperature dropped. Outside, the wind brushed the siding in long strokes, tree branches tapping gently at the window like fingertips. Just this side of polite. Then I heard something from the kitchen. It wasn't loud, just a faint clatter, like metal kissing metal, the kind of sound you'd get from a pot lid shifting or a utensil bumping the side of a drawer. It was small enough that, before all this, I would have filed it under random house noise and forgotten it within seconds. Now it froze me. I held my breath and listened harder. Nothing. No follow-up clink. No footsteps. Just the same thick quiet, pressed even tighter now that my heart was beating up in my throat. I pushed the blanket back and swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floor was cold under my feet. Every instinct screamed at me not to move, to stay where I was, to pretend I hadn't heard anything. But the idea of lying there, trapped in my own head while the kitchen clattered in my imagination, was worse. I picked up my phone, turned the flashlight on, and opened my door. The hallway looked exactly like it always did at night, narrow, dim. The bathroom door a darker rectangle on one side, the guest room door on the other. I stepped out, the beam of light jittering slightly as my hand shook, and made my way toward the living room. No sound. The kitchen was empty. The counters were clean. The microwave clock glowed green numbers at me. I stood there, listening to my own breathing, and felt stupid. The one different thing was the knife block. It sat on the counter next to the stove. Just like always, a square block of wood with slots cut into it, each one holding a different knife: bread knife, chef's knife, paring knife. The old serrated thing my dad uses on everything for no reason. Third slot from the right empty. That part wasn't a surprise. The police still had my mom's knife. They'd bagged it and taken it as evidence. We'd talked about it a dozen times. My mom kept reaching into that spot by habit and then snatching her hand back when she remembered. What I hadn't really looked at closely until that moment was the inside of the empty slot. It was clean. Cleaner than it should have been. The other slots had a faint discoloration where knives had gone in and out for years, tiny scratches, a little darkening of the wood, a few crumbs of something at the bottom. Normal wear and tear. This one was lighter, like fresh-cut wood compared to old. The sides looked smoother, cleaner, almost polished. I leaned closer, the flashlight beam sharpening the contrast. The line where the knife handle would have covered the top part of the slot was visible. Above that, the wood had a slightly different texture, like it had been exposed to air and grease and dust. Below it, everything looked newer, protected, which meant the knife hadn't been in and out of that slot hundreds of times like the others. It had lived there, stayed there, until that night. I don't know why that detail hit me so hard, but it did. My brain seized on it, spinning it into a picture. They hadn't come in with a weapon, grabbed the first shiny thing they saw, and panicked when I woke up. They'd walked into the kitchen, they'd gone to the knife block, reached for that specific knife, and pulled it out. Then they'd walked down the hallway with it, quietly, deliberately, past the living room, past the guest room, right to my door. If they'd grabbed it in a rush, fumbled it, yanked it out at a bad angle, maybe the slot would have looked rougher, marked. But the clean edges, the unmarked wood, it looked like the knife had been lifted straight up and out, smooth, confident. They'd chosen it before they reached me. I stood there in the kitchen, staring at a piece of carved wood like it had personally betrayed me, and felt my trust in the simple version of the story crack. The officer's explanation leaned on panic. Two intruders, surprised by a homeowner, bolt as soon as they're discovered. People do stupid, risky things when they're scared. They run when they should hide. They grab what they shouldn't. Fine. But this wasn't panic. This was prep. They had time to stand in my kitchen, pick a knife, maybe test the weight of it in their hand, and then head straight down the hall to my room. The clatter I'd heard in my memory, the sound of something hitting the floor. That wasn't a dropped wallet or a knocked-over shoe. It was the knife leaving their grip when the flashlight hit them. I realized something else as I stood there. The refrigerator humming softly behind me. The moment I'd woken up, heart already racing. Eyes snapping open hadn't been random either. I'd always blamed the silence, the sudden absence of noise after the furnace and fridge shut off, like my body was reacting to the drop. But what if it wasn't just the house going quiet? What if it was them? What if they'd waited for the same sequence I'd started to notice: furnace off, fridge click, that manufactured, deliberate silence. The exact moment when the house would be least likely to cover the sound of footsteps. What if they'd chosen that gap on purpose? I pictured them standing in the hallway in the dark, knife in hand, listening to my house the way I was now, waiting for the furnace to cut out, for the fridge to click, for the world to hold its breath, waiting for me to be asleep enough not to notice until it was too late. I reached up and shoved the knife block farther back against the wall, harder than I needed to. It scraped across the counter with a low, ugly sound. In the morning, my mom asked why it had moved. I told her I'd bumped it by accident. The truth was worse the longer I stared at that empty slot. The more I understood that the scariest part of that night wasn't that two strangers got into our house. It was that once they were inside, nothing they did was an accident. Chapter 5. The gray hoodie in the parking lot, 305.1, my first apartment. My first quiet, approximately 100 words. My name is Natasha. I'm 23, and a few months ago I thought the scariest thing in my life was my rent. It was my first apartment by myself. Not a dorm, not a house with 4 other girls and a rotation of boyfriends and friends of friends sleeping on the couch. Just mine. My name on the lease, my furniture, my dishes, my mess. The place itself wasn't much. 1 bedroom, worn beige carpet, off-white walls that probably had a color name like Eggshell or Cloud but just looked tired. It was on the 2nd floor of a mid-sized complex in Columbus, Ohio, not the cute, historic part, not the up-and-coming part. Just a cluster of buildings beside a main road, arranged around a parking lot and some scraggly trees. The back of my building faced the lot. That was my view: rows of parked cars, patches of cracked asphalt, a thin line of trees beyond that, and a retail strip's glow bleeding up over the horizon. At night, the sodium lights in the lot turned everything the color of old orange peels. Shadows looked thicker under them. Headlights made the parked cars wink and flash. It wasn't scenic, but it was mine. I moved in right after I broke up with my ex. We'd been together too long and in the wrong way, one of those relationships where every decision gets filtered through we instead of I, until you forget what you actually like. When it ended, it felt like someone had taken a giant eraser to half my calendar. No more standing Friday plans. No more shared groceries. No more talking over each other's shows on the couch. What I did have was a job I could do from anywhere, as long as anywhere had halfway decent Wi-Fi. I work remote calls, emails, endless spreadsheets, so I'm home a lot. That was part of why I wanted my own place. I was tired of trying to sound professional on Zoom, while my roommate blended smoothies 3 feet away, or argued with her boyfriend on speakerphone in the new apartment. I pushed my desk up against the window so I could see the parking lot while I worked. During the day, it was like watching a low-budget, low-stakes movie, people coming and going, doors opening and closing, delivery drivers pulling in, pausing, pulling out, background movement. Proof the world existed outside my laptop screen. My routine settled in faster than I expected. Routine was the comfort. Wake up, make coffee in the too small kitchen with its rattling fridge and humming fluorescent light. Log into work. Listen to my laptop fan start its anxious whirring as soon as I opened 3 applications at once. Answer emails, join calls, nod at my own reflection in the little camera preview box. At noon, I'd heat leftovers or make something simple, standing at the stove with my headphones in, listening to true crime podcasts or music, the sound of the pan sizzling, the beep of the microwave, the distant whoosh of cars on the main road. They all layered into a noise that felt safe, domestic. In the late afternoon, I'd close my laptop and sit there for a second, just listening to the sudden absence of fan noise. The quiet inside the apartment was different from the quiet in my old shared places. There, quiet was suspicious. It meant someone was gone or mad. Here, it was chosen. The tick of the thermostat turning the heat on, the hum of the fridge, the faint buzz of the hallway light outside my door, my own breathing. Then I'd change, grab my gym bag, and drive to the same gym at the same time. Treadmill, weights, stretching in front of mirrors that made everyone look slightly more tired than they probably wanted. Twice a week on the way back. I'd stop at Chipotle in a shopping center 15 minutes away. Burrito bowl, no guac, extra salsa. Eaten alone at a small table while I scrolled through my phone. The restaurant's noise music, orders being shouted. Trays sliding was its own kind of white noise that I liked before going back to my very quiet apartment. The building itself had its rhythms too. The hallway outside my door had this low electrical buzz from the overhead light that never went away. You didn't notice it during the day, but at night, when everything else was quiet, it was like a thin wire humming above your head. The elevator at the far end of the corridor dinged every time it arrived on the second floor. A small, cheerful sound that made no effort to match the mood of whoever got off. Most of the time, people preferred the stairs. You could hear them sometimes, footsteps up and down, doors opening and closing, snippets of conversation as they passed each other, voices muffled by drywall, a laugh that echoed a little too long, a cough, a dropped set of keys clattering against tile. I didn't really know my neighbors. Not really. We were all extras in each other's lives. There was an older woman on the first floor who always seemed to be checking her mail whenever I walked by the lobby, as if the mailboxes might sprout new letters if she stared at them long enough. She had this floral perfume that lingered in the air after she left, mixed with the smell of dust and whatever cleaner they used on the lobby floor. Across the hall from me lived a couple. I never saw them clearly. Just glimpses of a man holding a pizza box, a woman in leggings and an oversized sweatshirt fumbling with her keys, the flash of a tattoo on someone's forearm. I heard them more than I saw them. Sometimes it was just TV, some show with canned laughter that leaked under their door. Other times, it was arguments, raised voices, a sharp female. "Are you serious right now?" followed by a lower, muffled reply. The kind of fight that goes on for a while and then abruptly ends, leaving a silence that feels like a door slamming even when it doesn't. There were other people, two guys in work boots who left early in the morning, a woman with a stroller and a toddler who always pressed every elevator button, a guy with headphones who never took them off even in the lobby. But they blurred together into the general category of neighbors, not friends, not enemies, just people who shared walls with me. At night, my apartment had a particular soundscape I grew to recognize like a song. The fridge would cycle on and off with a gentle mechanical sigh. My computer, if I'd left it on, would make that soft, constant whir. The fan straining like it was always a little too hot. The pipes in the walls thunked sometimes when someone downstairs turned their water on or off. Distant cars on the main road rushed by in waves, a swell of noise, then a fade. Occasionally a siren would cut through, far away but sharp. The parking lot had its own noises, car doors opening and closing, engines turning over, revving, then driving off, the crackle of tires on loose gravel. In the summer, voices floated up, people talking on their phones, laughing, arguing. In the colder months, it was quieter, just engines and doors and footsteps. Inside, my world shrank to the rectangle of my screen and the soft island of my couch. Nights blurred into each other, Netflix autoplay. The mechanical whine of the cheap bathroom fan. The click of my bedroom light turning off. The whisper of my sheets when I slid into bed. For the first time in my adult life, I had actual privacy. Nobody walking in without knocking. Nobody asking where I was going. Nobody stealing my leftovers. Nobody hearing me cry if I happened to do that. I told myself the weird, unsettled feeling in my chest was just the adjustment. Going from never being alone to being alone a lot is a shock. Your brain doesn't know what to do with all that unobserved time. Sometimes I'd stand in the middle of my living room at night, listening to the hallway buzz, the elevator ding somewhere down the corridor, the faint whoosh of cars outside, and think, this is mine. This quiet, this routine, this view of this stupid parking lot, mine. It felt good. It felt like a fresh start. And at the time, I thought the best part of my new life was that nobody was watching me. 5.2 The pattern. I tried to ignore. Approximately 100 words. The first time I saw him, there was nothing special to notice. I was coming back from the gym. Hair still damp from the shower there. Leggings and an oversized hoodie. Earbuds in but no music playing. It was around 8 at night. That weird in-between time when the parking lot is half full and half waiting for people to come home. I pushed the front door open with my hip and started up the stairs to the second floor. Halfway up, I had to shift to the side because someone was coming down. He was forgettable, nondescript white guy. Late 30s maybe, early 40s at most. Average height, average build, gray hoodie, dark jeans, no logo on the sweatshirt, no bright shoes, no tattoos I could see. His face was the kind you'd struggle to describe to anyone later. Brownish hair, short, a little unshaven, no obvious scars or piercings. We did that awkward little dance where we both moved to the same side of the narrow stairwell at the same time. Then both corrected. Sorry, I muttered. Even though he was the one coming down, and I was the one hauling a gym bag up. He didn't say anything. He just sort of squeezed past me sideways, his shoulder brushing the wall, head ducked slightly like he was trying to make himself smaller. I caught a whiff of something fabric softener, maybe, or just the generic clean smell of a sweatshirt that had recently been washed. When I reached the top of the stairs and turned down the hallway toward my apartment, I glanced back without really meaning to. He was already at the bottom, pushing the door open with one hand. He didn't look back. I forgot about him within 5 minutes. The second time, I didn't. It was a few days later. I'd gone down to my car to grab a charger I'd left in the center console. The air was colder, my breath visible in little white puffs. The parking lot was lit up in its usual sickly orange. Shadows stretched long between the cars. As I walked past the row of dumpsters near the back fence, I saw someone standing nearby. Same gray hoodie, same average build, same kind of generic face that people have when they're not smiling or talking, just there. He wasn't doing anything, just standing near the dumpsters, hands in the front pocket of his hoodie, looking off toward the side of the building, not smoking, not on his phone, not throwing trash away, just occupying space. When my footsteps crunched closer on the gravel, he turned his head slightly, not quite looking at me, not quite not. His eyes flicked over me once and then away, like I was a car passing in his peripheral vision. I did the normal thing. I looked down at my own phone, even though the screen was dark, and walked a little faster. I popped the car door, grabbed the charger, slammed it shut, hit the lock button twice just to hear it beep. When I turned back toward the building, he was already moving, not toward me, around the side of the dumpsters, disappearing behind them, out of sight. Again. Nothing happened. No words, no approach, no weird gesture. If there hadn't been the first time on the stairs, I might have filed him away as just another resident. But the gray hoodie stuck in my mind. The way he looked, not lost, exactly, planted. That night, when I sat down at my desk, I caught myself glancing out the window at the parking lot more than usual. It was dark now, the lot lit by the lamps, cars sitting in their usual places, no gray hoodie, no guy by the dumpsters. I told myself I was being dramatic. 2 sightings does not equal a pattern. The third time, it felt less like a coincidence. It was a weekday afternoon. I was on a video call for work, the kind where half the people never turn their cameras on and the other half clearly wish they hadn't. My camera was off. My mic was muted. My laptop fan was doing its anxious whir. I was half listening, half zoning out, eyes drifting toward the window the way they always did when someone started sharing a spreadsheet. That's when I saw the car. Navy blue sedan. Not new, not ancient. Slightly dull paint job. A little road salt dusted along the sides. Parked in one of the spots near the middle of the lot, facing my building. I didn't recognize it, but that didn't mean much. People had visitors. People got new cars. What stuck with me wasn't the car itself. It was the person in the driver's seat, from my angle. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the outline of shoulders, head, hoodie, gray. The way he was sitting still, both hands on the wheel even though the engine had to be off because there was no exhaust. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't fiddling with the radio. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there, facing my building, my floor, maybe my window. It was hard to tell. I watched for a few seconds, long enough that the silence on my call registered, and I realized someone had asked a question. I snapped my focus back to my screen, answered, tried to sound competent and awake. By the time I risked another look, the car was gone. I stared at the empty space for longer than I should have. From then on, I noticed him more. Not every day, not even every other day. Just often enough that it started to feel like a pattern, even though, on paper, it wasn't much. The kind of thing you'd sound crazy trying to explain to someone else. He was never confrontational, never loud, never obviously doing anything wrong. He was just positioned, once. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs when I came down to get my mail. Gray hoodie, hands in his pockets, head tilted as if he was listening to something inside the wall. He stepped aside from me without looking up. I mumbled a thanks, and he nodded. Just once, chin dipping. Another time, he was in that navy sedan again, parked 2 rows over from my usual spot. I saw him as I pulled in. His head turned slightly in my direction, though his eyes were hidden in shadow. By the time I got out of my car and locked it, he was looking straight ahead, like I'd imagined the earlier glance. Sometimes I'd see him from my window, walking through the lot. Not fast, not slow, just passing through. No grocery bags, no dog, no obvious reason. He would always be where he could see the building, though at an angle where, if you imagined lines of sight, one of them ended at my floor. I didn't start a formal log or anything. It wasn't like I opened a notebook and wrote "gray hoodie sighting Tuesday, 4:23 p.m., near stairs." It was more subtle than that. My brain started carrying around a private tally. Saw him again on the dumpster side. Saw him in the sedan in the third row. Engine off. Saw him come out of the building from the door that leads to my stairwell. Not the other one. Dates. Times. Positions. None of it was exact. All of it stuck. Every time I tried to shrug it off, my body refused to cooperate. The first few times. The discomfort was mental. That nagging. Why do I keep seeing this one person feeling? The realization that, in a complex with dozens of residents, I didn't notice any other specific face this often. Then it got physical. One night, I came home later than usual. The sky was that deep navy that still has a trace of blue in it, but the lot lights were already on, buzzing faintly. There was a damp chill in the air, like it had rained earlier. As I pulled into my spot, I saw the Navy sedan in its spot, the one near the middle, facing my building. Headlights off. No visible movement inside. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. My heart did this weird stutter step thing, like it missed a beat and then caught up too fast. My stomach dropped. A cold swoop, the way it does on roller coasters. I felt suddenly clammy, palms slick on the steering wheel. I sat there for a second, with the engine running, listening to it idle, the dash lights casting a soft glow over my hands. It's probably just some guy. I told myself, someone's boyfriend, someone waiting to pick up a friend, an Uber driver catching a break between rides. The same boring, harmless explanation I'd been using all along. But my body wasn't buying it anymore. My chest felt tight, like the seatbelt was too snug even though I hadn't moved it. There was this buzzing in my limbs, not exactly trembling, but an almost movement, like my muscles were braced for something that wasn't happening yet. My brain tried one last time to write it off. "You're not special," it said. "Nobody is sitting out here because of you. You're not that interesting. Get over yourself!" Then I glanced up, just once, through my windshield, and caught the faintest motion in the sedan. The silhouette in the driver's seat shifted. Not much, just a tilt of the head, enough to make me sure that he knew I was there, that he had been sitting there, engine off, in the dark, and that he hadn't left when I pulled in. The nausea hit me then, fast and sharp, the kind that makes your mouth flood with saliva in warning. I swallowed hard, swallowed again, and forced myself to breathe slow, in through my nose, out through my mouth. I turned off my engine. The sudden silence inside my car made the world outside feel louder, even though nothing had changed. The Navy sedan didn't start. No headlights flared on. No door opened. The gray hoodie shape stayed in place. He didn't move, but for the first time, I really felt it. This wasn't all in my head. My mind might still be arguing, still offering up reasonable explanations and mocking me for being paranoid. But my body had already decided. It was scared. 5.3, he shouldn't be here. Approximately 100 words the night I stopped being able to pretend it was nothing started at Chipotle. It was a Thursday. I remember that. Because Thursdays were one of my Chipotle days. That sounds stupid. I know. But when you live alone and work remotely, your brain starts using tiny rituals like thumbtacks to hold the week in place. Monday status calls, Wednesday laundry, Thursday gym, then burrito bowl. The Chipotle I went to wasn't anywhere near my apartment complex. It was 15 minutes in the opposite direction from the gym, tucked into a small shopping center that backed onto a strip of offices and a weirdly empty parking lot. It wasn't off a main road you just happened to drive by. You had to go there on purpose. That's part of what made what happened there feel so wrong. I'd already done my workout treadmill until my legs felt jellyish, some half-hearted weights, then a long stretch while I pretended not to look at anyone else. My headphones were dead, so it was just me and the gym's playlist, which was mostly remixes of songs I already didn't like. When I pulled into the Chipotle parking lot, it was busier than usual. A few clustered cars near the front, headlights cutting across the storefront. The glow of the big white logo washed slightly green from the overhead lights. Inside, I could see people at the counter, the line inching forward, burritos being wrapped in foil. I parked a few rows back and went in. The blast of warm air and cooking smells hit me in the face. Cilantro, grilled meat, the sharp tang of salsa. The noise was a familiar, comforting chaos, people ordering. The rhythmic clatter of metal lids on the containers behind the glass. The soft scrape of chairs on tile. I ordered, paid, sat down at a small two-top near the window. I'm one of those people who eats with my phone in front of me, scrolling. It's like a shield. Look busy, look absorbed, and nobody will notice that you're alone. For a few minutes, it worked. I scrolled through nothing on my phone while eating too fast, half watching some TikTok videos with no sound. The restaurant noise washed around me. Someone laughed loudly behind me. A kid dropped something and whined about it. Then I looked up. He was just there. Same gray hoodie, same average build, same nondescript face that my brain wanted to sand down into unremarkable. He was sitting at a table across the restaurant, maybe 3 or 4 tables over and 1 row up, angled so that if I drew a line from his chair to mine, it would end somewhere near my shoulder. He had a burrito bowl in front of him, a drink cup, napkins. He was poking at his food with a plastic fork, looking down. Very normal, very casual. My stomach did that drop thing again. The fork felt heavy in my hand. He shouldn't be here. That was the first clear thought. Not is that the same guy, or maybe he lives nearby. Just a blunt, solid recognition. This is wrong. The gym I go to is in a completely different part of town from my apartment. If you mapped it, my home would be 1 point, the gym another, and this Chipotle a third off to the side like a triangle corner. It wasn't on any straight line route between those 2 places, or any place I'd expect him to be if he lived in my complex. He wasn't in workout clothes, no gym bag, no headphones, just the gray hoodie, jeans, and that kind of generic sneaker you buy when you don't care about shoes. I tried to rationalize. Chipotle is popular. People drive across town for it. Maybe he worked nearby. Maybe he just finished his own workout at some other gym. Maybe he was meeting someone and they were late. I watched him, pretending I wasn't. He didn't look at me the way creeps sometimes do, staring outright. Eyes raking you up and down. It was subtler than that. He'd look down at his food, take a bite, focus on it. Then, in the slight pause before the next bite, his eyes would lift. Not directly at me, just past me, or to the side, like he was glancing around the restaurant. His gaze would skim over my table and move on. If I hadn't already been keyed up about him, I might not have noticed. It was the kind of checking your surroundings look that anyone might have. But it kept happening. A rhythm, almost. Down at his food, up, A flick toward my side of the room. Down again. Predator subtlety. Calm, casual. Nothing anyone could point at on camera later and say, "See." He was staring, just enough to make the skin between my shoulder blades feel tight. I realized I'd stopped eating. My fork was frozen halfway to my mouth. I put it down, my fingers stiff. He shouldn't be here. I thought again. 2 points can be a coincidence. 3 start to form a line. I told myself to finish my food, to not let some random guy chase me out of my own routine. I told myself he might leave before I did, that if I just sat there for 5 more minutes, he'd get up, throw his trash away, and walk out a door that wasn't mine. I took another bite. It tasted like paper, when I couldn't stand it anymore. I checked my phone, even though I hadn't gotten any new notifications. I wiped my hands carefully on a napkin so they wouldn't shake too obviously when I stood up. As I pushed my chair back, he moved. Not much, just a shift. His hand went to his drink, his other hand to his napkin, folding it. His eyes flicked up, single quick glance in my direction, before he looked down again and started gathering his things. If he's leaving, I told myself, it's because he's done. The timing is just that timing. People finish their meals. It happens. But that cold feeling in my chest, the one I'd felt in the parking lot, with the Navy sedan settled in deeper. I walked to the trash, dumped my bowl and napkins, dropped the tray on the stack. The noise of it clattering echoed louder in my head than it should have. I could sense him behind me, or beside me, or somewhere within the same radius, also moving. My peripheral vision caught gray. I didn't look directly at him. I felt like if I did, it would be something I couldn't take back. The glass doors at the front slid open with a soft hiss as I pushed them. The air outside was colder than when I'd gone in. Dark, fully settled. Parking lot lights humming. Cars were scattered around the lot. Headlights washing the asphalt. I walked fast. Not running. Not power walking. Just fast. Keys in my hand. Thumb on the unlock button. I wanted to look back and see if he was following. But every horror story I'd ever consumed whispered at me, don't look. Just get in the car. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a second. Hands clamped around the steering wheel. My breath fogged the inside of the windshield in a faint patch. After a moment, I forced myself to look. Through the restaurant windows, I could see the interior clearly, the line, the tables, the counter, but I couldn't see him anymore. He wasn't at his table. He wasn't at the trash. Maybe he'd gone to the bathroom. Maybe he'd already left through some side door. Maybe I'd missed him walking out while I was staring at my own hands. The not knowing was worse than seeing him would have been. My heart was pounding in that too fast, too light way again. A nausea wave rolled through my stomach. Not enough to make me gag, but enough that I felt like if I opened my mouth too wide, something might come up. I started my car. The engine noise made me jump. On the drive home, I took a route I'd never taken before. Instead of going straight down the main road like I usually did, Chipotle, then right, then left, then home, I turned the other way first. I doubled back through side streets, turned when I didn't have to, looped around a block twice. I checked my rearview mirror so often my neck started to ache. No Navy sedan. No headlights that felt like they were keeping pace with me. The cars behind me changed pickup. SUV. Nothing. Then a compact. Then nothing again. It was probably overkill. especially because he already knows where I live. The rational part of my brain whispered. That thought made me feel worse, not better. By the time I pulled into my complex, my hands had stopped shaking, but the rest of me felt like I'd run a race. The parking lot was its usual patchwork of cars, sodium lights casting their orange haze. My spot was open. I parked, turned the engine off, and didn't move. I just sat there, in the dark, listening to the cooling tick of my engine and the soft buzz of the lot lights, watching. The Navy sedan wasn't there. No gray hoodie leaning against a car. No figure in a driver's seat. Watching. I waited anyway. 5 minutes. 10. My breath fogged the glass. My thighs went numb from the way I was sitting. My phone buzzed once in my bag and nearly sent me straight through the roof. Finally, because I couldn't justify sleeping in my car, I got out, walked to the door, keyed in, went up the stairs. The hallway buzzed. My door lock turned. The apartment greeted me with its usual empty quiet. I didn't sleep well. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake, convinced I'd heard a car door slam. In the morning, the first thing I did when my eyes opened was go to the window. I yanked the blinds up with more force than necessary and pressed my forehead to the glass, breath fogging a circle on it. The navy blue sedan was parked in the lot, not pulling in, not just arriving, already there, in one of its usual spots, angled perfectly toward my building, toward my floor, windows dark in the early light, like wherever I'd gone the night before. Whichever weird turns I'd taken to lose him had never been a secret at all. Chapter 6, Close Your Blinds at Night, 306.1. The police can't arrest a feeling, approximately 100 words. I stood at the window for so long, my forehead left a faint fog print on the glass. The navy blue sedan sat exactly where my eyes had left it in my memory 2 rows out, angled toward my building, toward my window. In the washed-out morning light, it looked almost harmless, ordinary, a car like 1,000 other cars. It was the stillness that made it wrong. No one got in, no one got out. The exhaust wasn't visible, but I knew the engine had to be running. Every now and then, the body of the car did this tiny shiver, like something breathing under a blanket. From this distance, the windshield just reflected the building and the pale sky back at me. I couldn't see the driver's face, but I knew someone was in there. My first instinct wasn't call the police. It was, "You're overreacting." I heard the word paranoid in my own head, in a voice that sounded suspiciously like my ex, calm, amused, slightly condescending. "Really? Natasha, you're going to call 911 because a guy's in a car in a parking lot." My heart didn't care about the tone. It was already beating too fast. A solid, dull thud in my chest that I could feel in my throat. My hands felt weirdly light, like they belonged to someone else when I reached for my phone. I backed away from the window, letting the blinds fall back into place. The room felt smaller immediately, the light thinner. I sat on the edge of my bed because my knees suddenly didn't trust themselves. I didn't dial 911. I Googled the non-emergency number for the Columbus police instead. That felt like a compromise, a way to ask for help without admitting to an actual emergency. Like there was a difference between the two when you're alone in your apartment and someone who shouldn't know where you live is downstairs in a car. The phone rang twice. Columbus Police, non-emergency. "How can I help you?" The dispatcher's voice was neutral, clipped, efficient. I swallowed. My mouth was dry. Hi, this is going to sound weird. I don't know if it counts as anything. But there's this guy, this car. I don't know. Great start. Natasha. Ma'am, are you in immediate danger right now? He asked. I don't know, I said, a little too honestly. I'm in my apartment. There's a car that keeps showing up. Same guy. Same car. I've seen him a lot. In the parking lot. At my gym. At a restaurant across town. And now he's outside. Again. Just sitting there. There was a pause. A tiny hesitation that I filled in with every bad feeling I'd ever had about being too much. Okay, he said finally. Let's take it one step at a time. Can I get your address? I gave it to him, staring at the carpet because looking at the window made my chest feel tight. Is the person in the vehicle doing anything threatening right now? He asked. Brandishing a weapon. Trying to get into the building. Yelling. Anything like that. No. I said. He's just sitting in the car. Has he tried to talk to you? Followed you? Made any statements that made you feel unsafe? This was the part I'd been dreading. Not exactly. I said. It's more. I keep seeing him. Over and over. Here and other places. And it's always where he can see me. He's never said anything. That's kind of what makes it worse. Another tiny pause. I could hear typing in the background, the faint clack of keys. Ma'am, I understand that's unsettling, he said, slipping into a tone I recognized from every customer service call I'd ever had. Polite, contained. The problem is, sitting in a car in a parking lot is not, in itself, illegal. We can't detain someone just for being in a vehicle on private property. I know. I said quickly. I know that. I don't know what to do. I've seen him near my building. At my gym. At a restaurant nowhere near here. And now he's parked outside again. I feel like I'm being watched. You could be, he said, or it could be a coincidence. Either way, what I'd recommend is this document what you're seeing. Dates, times, descriptions. If you can safely take a picture of the vehicle and the plate from your window, do that. If at any point he approaches you, makes verbal threats, tries to get into your unit, or you feel like he's about to harm you, call us immediately. At that point, we have more to go on. So, there's nothing you can do now, I asked. I hated how small my voice sounded. We can send a patrol car to drive through the lot, he said. If the vehicle's still there when they arrive, they can run the plates, see if it belongs to a resident. But if the driver's not committing a crime, they're limited in what they can do. Do you want us to send someone to check it out? Yes, I said. That part way too fast. Please, just to see. All right, we'll put out a call for a unit in your area. It might take a little bit. They're tied up at the moment. Stay inside, keep your doors locked, and start that documentation I mentioned. It can really help if this escalates. He said, if like it was a possibility, not a foregone conclusion. After I hung up, the apartment felt even quieter. The only sound was my laptop fan from the desk, a soft, anxious whine like it was worried about being asked to open too many tabs again. The normalcy of it made my skin crawl. Document. Okay. I went back to the window and inched 2 slats of the blinds apart with my fingers. just enough to see through. The Navy sedan was still there. From this angle, the windshield glare was stronger. The driver was just a silhouette. I raised my phone, hands trembling, and zoomed in as far as it would go. The image on my screen got grainy, the edges pixelated, but the shape of the car was clear. I lined up the shot and tapped the shutter icon. The tiny click of the phone's camera seemed way too loud in the quiet room. My own heartbeat sounded louder than that, though a heavy, rhythmic drum in my ears. I took another photo, then another, trying to get the plate, the side, any angle that might matter later. Each shutter sound landed like a question. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I pulled back, letting the blinds fall closed again. My breathing was shallow. I flipped through the photos with my thumb. In one, the plate was almost legible. In another, the shape of the driver's head was slightly clearer, turned just enough that I could see the outline of a jaw. I created a new note in my phone, thumbs clumsy on the keyboard. March 4th to 8th, 12 a.m. Same Navy sedan in lot, same spot. Saw driver silhouette? Called non-emergency. They said they'd send patrol. It felt absurd to be writing it down like that. Neat and clinical. When the inside of my body felt like a live wire, I made coffee because I didn't know what else to do. The normal morning motions had never felt so wrong. Scoop grounds, pour water, press button, machine gurgling to life. My mug on the counter, the fridge humming, my spoon clinking against ceramic. Every few minutes, I drift back to the window like a moth, peel the blinds apart. Check. Still there. I kept waiting for some kind of external punctuation mark. A text from the police saying, "We're here." A knock at the door. The sound of a car door slamming downstairs. Something. Instead, time stretched and sagged. The coffee cooled in my mug untouched. My laptop sat open on my desk, screen glowing with unread emails I couldn't process. It took about 45 minutes for the patrol car to show up. I heard it before I saw it. The low rumble of an engine pulling into the lot. The crunch of tires. The faint squawk of a radio. I went to the window just in time to see the cruiser turning in. The Navy sedan's brake lights flared. It pulled out before the patrol car had even fully entered the lot. No hesitation, no fumbling. Just a smooth, decisive shift into reverse. A turn. And then it was heading for the exit. The cruiser had to slow down to let it pass. For a second, the two vehicles were side by side, close enough that I could have rolled a ball from one roof to the other. Then the sedan was gone, sliding out onto the main road like it had just finished a perfectly innocent errand. The patrol car circled the lot once, twice. The officer inside glanced up at the windows, at the trees, at the doors. Then they parked, got out, walked a loop on foot. From my second-floor window, it looked like a routine check, nothing urgent. After a few minutes, they got back in the car and drove away. No knock on my door, no call back, no suspect, no action. I sat down on the edge of my bed again and stared at my hands. They felt like they belonged to someone watching this happen in a movie, not someone inside it. I could hear my heartbeat again. It had settled some, but now it felt heavy instead of fast. A slow, weighted thud that made my chest feel thick. I picked up my phone and opened the photos again. Sedan, plate, silhouette. Proof that this wasn't just in my head, except it also kind of was. Proof of a car. Proof of a guy sitting in it. Proof of nothing illegal. The police can't arrest a feeling. They can't arrest the way my stomach drops every time I see that gray hoodie. They can't arrest the way my skin prickles when I walk through the parking lot alone at night. They can't arrest the pattern that only exists in the space where my memory and my fear overlap. I told myself I was fine. I told myself I was being smart, not crazy, for calling. I told myself that if anything really bad was going to happen, it would have already. That stalkers were things from movies and podcasts, not from my life. That people sit in cars for a million stupid reasons every day that have nothing to do with me. My phone chimed softly, a new email. The sound made me flinch. I took one more photo of the empty parking lot, just sky and asphalt and other people's cars, and added it to the folder with the rest. The shutter clicked again, small and precise. My heart answered louder. 6.2, the note. Under the door, approximately 100 words the night before the note. Nothing special happened. No Navy sedan that I could see. No gray hoodie in the lot. No strange footsteps in the hallway. The world outside my window was just the usual blur of headlights on the main road and the orange haze of the parking lot lamps. I told myself that was a good sign. After the patrol car came and went, and nothing came of it, I tried to do what everyone had been telling me to do, explicitly or implicitly move on, reset my brain. You're safe now, my mom said when I finally told her the basics over the phone. Just be careful, my dad added. Like that hadn't been the whole problem in the first place. So I made careful my religion. I double-checked my locks. I checked the peephole before opening the door. I only went to the gym during busier hours. I varied my drive a little bit. I kept my phone charged and within reach at all times. And, at night, I started closing my blinds. Before all of this, I'd liked falling asleep with them half open, not wide, but just enough that I could see the faint outline of the parking lot lights through the slats. That soft, broken orange glow. It made me feel less trapped, like the world was still out there, beyond my thin walls. After gray hoodie became a capitalized presence in my life, those open blinds started to feel like an invitation. So I made a point of closing them. I'd stand at the window, 2 fingers on the rod, and twist until the slats angled shut, turning the outside world into a series of thin white lines, sometimes out of habit. I'd pause and peek through a gap before twisting them fully closed, just to make sure the lot wasn't harboring any Navy sedans. That night, it looked empty enough. Just the usual random arrangement of cars. No silhouettes in driver's seats that I could see. No one walking. Just the stale orange light and my own reflection staring back at me, eyes a little too wide. I twisted the blinds closed. The room dropped into a softer darkness. I went through my bedtime routine on autopilot bathroom. Face wash, floss, brush. The whole ritual that's supposed to ground you in the ordinary. The hum of the bathroom fan. The squeak of the faucet. The hollow click of the light turning off. My apartment sounded normal. Fridge humming. Heat kicking on with a deep sigh. Laptop fan finally quiet on the desk after I shut the lid. I crawled into bed and lay there listening. The hallway light outside my door made its faint electrical buzz. Somewhere down the corridor, a door closed softly. A car drove past on the road outside, the sound swelling and then fading. I fell asleep eventually, not easily, not peacefully, but enough that the world disappeared for a while. When I woke up, it was to daylight and a feeling I couldn't name. Not panic, exactly. Not dread, just wrongness. Like I'd heard something in my sleep and my body had filed it under deal with later. Then rung the alarm once I surfaced. My bedroom was filled with the flat, cloudy light of a Columbus morning. The blinds were still shut, slats angled, but the brightness filtered through, painting pale stripes across the wall and floor. I rolled over to grab my phone off the nightstand, and that's when I saw it. A piece of paper, maybe 3 inches wide, sticking out from under my front door in the living room, from my bed. I could see just the edge of it, a thin white tongue pressed into the room from the hallway. It looked almost silly from that distance, like a flyer someone had slid under every door in the building. Except we didn't really get flyers, and the hallway outside my door didn't connect to the main lobby or the mailboxes. If anyone wanted to leave something for all of us, they put it downstairs. This was for me. I sat up slowly. My heart had started beating harder, each thud distinct. For a second, I thought about calling someone before I even left the bed. Police, my parents, a friend, anyone. But the idea of trying to explain, "There is paper under my door," out loud made my skin crawl in a different way. So I got up. The carpet was cool under my bare feet as I stepped into the living room. The apartment felt smaller, somehow, like the walls had moved in overnight. The fridge hummed. The clock on the microwave ticked over to 8:09. Everything looked exactly the same as it had the night before, except for the paper, up close. It was just a folded sheet of white printer paper, pushed far enough under the door that about a third of it had emerged onto my side. I could see the faint impression of writing through it, dark lines where pen had pressed hard. I froze a few feet away. For a moment, I just stood there and stared, as if it might slide back out like a tongue retreating, as if the door might open and whoever put it there would be standing on the other side, waiting. Nothing happened. I stepped forward, each move deliberate. My hand shook when I reached down. I could see the tremor in my fingers, the way they hovered over the paper for an extra second before finally grabbing it. I pulled it all the way in and shut the deadbolt on instinct. Even though the door was already closed, the paper felt heavier than it should have. I could feel the raised grooves where the pen had pressed into it. That told me something stupidly intimate. Whoever wrote this didn't write it somewhere else and then bring it. They wrote it here, against my door, using it as a desk. I unfolded the note. The handwriting was neat, but a little cramped. Letters tilted forward like they were in a hurry. No loops, no hearts over the eyes, nothing decorative, just words. "You should really close your blinds at night." I read it once. My brain tripped over the sentence, parsing it as if it were in a second language. "You should really close your blinds at night." I read it again, slower. "You should really close your blinds at night." My hands started shaking so badly that I dropped the paper. It fluttered to the carpet, face up, the words still visible. I stared at it from eye level, then forced myself to bend down and pick it up, as if rereading it would change the meaning. It didn't. It was a sentence with teeth. There was nothing explicitly threatening in it. No or else, no swear words, no descriptions of what he'd do if I showed it to the police. They could argue it was just a concerned neighbor being weird about privacy, but I knew better. "You should really close your blinds at night" only meant one thing coming from an anonymous note slid under my door after weeks of seeing the same gray hoodie, the same navy sedan. It meant I can see you. I have seen you. I've been watching you when you thought you were alone. Images flashed uninvited into my mind. Me walking from the bathroom to the bedroom in an oversized t-shirt, towel drying my hair, blinds half open. Me sitting on the couch in pajamas, laptop balanced on my knees, eating cereal straight from the box. Me pacing through the living room on a late-night phone call with my sister. Bare feet on the carpet, applying chapstick. Looking out the window without really seeing anything. I thought about all the times I'd told myself no one is looking. All the times I'd let my guard down because it was just me and my four walls and my stupid parking lot view. My cheeks burned. A hot flush spreading up into my ears. My stomach lurched again. That same nausea that had hit in the car. My vision narrowed around the words on the page. You should really close your blinds at night. He was close enough to see the blinds, close enough to notice when they were open, close enough to know that sometimes I forgot. That sometimes. I got lazy and left them tilted just enough that a sliver of my life leaked out into the parking lot, and he'd been paying enough attention to care. I realized then how he must have left it. He would have had to come into the building, walk down my hallway, stand right outside my door. The same hallway where I shuffled out in socks to take the trash to the chute. The same door I sometimes opened without looking, because it was just Amazon dropping a package. He'd been on the other side of this wood, close enough that if I'd looked through the peephole at the right moment, I would have seen his face inches away. My hands started to go numb around the edges, like someone was dialing down the sensation in them. I sat down hard on the couch because my knees didn't feel reliable. I held the note in both hands and read it a third time, then a fourth, as if it might rearrange into something else, something less specific, less invasive. It didn't. My mind went into a kind of cold, focused mode I'd only ever felt during emergencies, sprained ankles, car trouble on the highway. That one time my roommate sliced her hand cooking, and we had to go to urgent care. Survival math. If I stayed, what was the best case scenario? That he would get bored, move on, find someone else to orbit, that my paranoia would slowly erode until this felt like a story that happened to someone else. What was the worst case? The note wasn't a beginning. It was an escalation. A line crossing from implied watching to stated watching. A shift from background noise to direct address. People like this don't tend to de-escalate on their own. Lease penalties, moving costs, the hassle of packing, the embarrassment of telling my parents I was coming back home like a scared kid. None of it weighed as much as that single sentence. You should really close your blinds at night. Even if the police didn't take it seriously, I had to. No one was going to care about my safety more than me. No one else was going to lie awake in this apartment, hearing every hallway footstep and wonder if it was him. I took a picture of the note with my phone, fingers barely steady enough to hit the shutter. The camera made that small, artificial click, and underneath it, I could hear my own pulse pounding. Then I folded the paper carefully, slid it into an envelope, and put it with the others, the car photos, the time-stamped notes. Evidence for a case I hoped I'd never have to argue. By the end of the week, I'd done the math, called the leasing office, and signed the paperwork. Penalty be damned. He could watch an empty window if he wanted. 6.3. The car finds me again. Approximately 100 words. Moving out felt less like leaving and more like evacuating. I didn't tell the leasing office the real reason. You can't put stalker vibes on a form. I said something about family circumstances and needing to move back home for a while. They nodded sympathetically and handed me papers with the word penalty on them in language that tried to sound neutral. My parents didn't say I told you so when I called. My mom's voice just went soft in that way it does when she's more worried than she wants to show. Of course you can come home, she said. You don't even have to ask. My dad's reaction was more practical. We'll help you move your stuff, he said. You can't do that alone. Even though I kind of had been alone. I mean, for a while. The day we moved me out, the Navy sedan wasn't there. The lot looked aggressively normal. Cars in their crooked rows, cigarette butts ground into the pavement near the entrance, a grocery cart someone had abandoned by the far fence. My dad kept glancing around anyway, shoulders tight, as we carried boxes down the stairs. Which one, he asked at one point, voice low. What? The car. The guy. His jaw was clenched. Which one? He's not here, I said, trying not to sound as relieved as I felt. Blue sedan. You'd know it if you saw it. I've got pictures. I didn't show him the pictures then. It felt like conjuring. We stuffed my life into his SUV in layers clothes, kitchen stuff, my sad little TV, the desk I'd assembled myself and pretended not to be proud of. When my apartment was empty again, I stood in the doorway for a second, looking at the faint outlines on the carpet where my furniture had been. If you didn't know the story, you'd think I'd just left, like anyone else. Nothing in the beige walls or the slightly chipped cabinets said, "You were watched here, back at my parents' place." Everything was familiar in a way that felt both comforting and regressive. Same creaky stairs, same framed family photos on the wall, slightly crooked, same couch with the sag in the middle, same kitchen table with knife marks from a Thanksgiving turkey my dad attacked too enthusiastically once. My old room had been turned into a guest room after I moved out a neutral comforter. Generic art. My teenage posters gone. My mom apologized for that like it was a crime. "We can put your things back up," she said, hovering in the doorway while I unpacked. "Make it feel like yours again." "It's okay," I said. I don't know how long I'll be here." The house had a different soundscape than my apartment. Instead of hallway buzz and elevator ding, there was the rumble of the garage door opening when my dad came home, the muffled thump of the washing machine, the clack of my mom's heels on the kitchen tile. The neighborhood added its own layer lawnmowers, kids yelling a few houses down, the distant bark of a dog, the occasional passing car. I found a new gym, not as nice as the old one, but close enough to my parents' house that I could get there in 10 minutes without going anywhere near my old roots. I mapped it out like I was planning a heist this street. Then right, then left. Avoid that intersection. Don't pass the shopping center with the Chipotle. I told myself that this was the reset. New place. New pattern. Stalkers are attached to locations, right? They haunt apartments, workplaces, specific neighborhoods. They don't follow you to your parents' house in the suburbs like some cliché from a bad movie. For a while, it even felt true. Days blurred into something almost normal. I worked from the desk my mom cleared for me in the spare room. Laptop fan whirring just like it had in the apartment. I went to the new gym. I came home to dinner smells and my parents' low conversation in front of the TV. I slept a little better. I still checked out the window more than before. The street outside my parents' house was quieter than the complex parking lot. Fewer cars, same ones, mostly. Minivan, pickup, sedan. The old guy 3 doors down with his classic car that he polished every weekend like it was a ritual. 2 weeks went by. No gray hoodie, no weird cars idling, no notes under doors. The fear didn't vanish, but it softened at the edges, got blurry. became more of a background hum than a constant alarm. I started to feel stupid for how fast I'd run. See, my brain nudged. Maybe he was just some creep with a parking lot habit. Maybe he got bored as soon as you weren't convenient anymore. Maybe the note was nothing. A joke. A one-off. Then I saw the Navy sedan. It was an ordinary afternoon. Gym. Then home. The route was straight now out of the gym lot. Left. Then a few more turns and I'd be in my parents' neighborhood. I'd started letting my mind wander on the Drive podcast on low. One hand loose on the wheel. I turned onto a side street I'd driven 100 times. A quiet road that cut behind a row of houses 2 blocks from my parents' place. And there it was, parked against the curb, nose pointed toward the intersection, like it was waiting for a light that didn't exist. Navy blue sedan. Not quite shiny, not quite dull. A thin crust of road dust along the lower panels. Same shape, same slightly misaligned license plate. One corner screwed in a little too tight, making it tilt. My foot came down on the brake so fast I jerked forward against my seatbelt. The car behind me honked. I'd slowed more suddenly than I realized. I forced my foot back onto the gas, heart pounding. As I drove past, I looked. I shouldn't have. I know. But I did. The driver's seat was occupied. Gray hoodie, both hands on the wheel. Head turned just enough that I caught the outline of his cheek, the slope of his nose, the dark hole of his eye socket behind the glass. We made eye contact for a fraction of a second. Recognition hit me like a punch to the chest. My heart skipped, then slammed hard enough that I could feel it in my wrists. The world outside the windshield tunneled for a moment. Just the car. His face. My own reflection faintly visible in the glass. Then I was past him. The sedan shrinking in my rearview mirror. He didn't pull out to follow me. He didn't lurch after me like some horror movie chase scene. He just sat there, on a side street 2 blocks from my parents' house, like he'd been early for something. By the time I pulled into our driveway, my hands were shaking so badly I had to sit there for a minute with the engine running. Fingers locked around the steering wheel. My breath came in short, shallow bursts. I could hear my pulse in my ears, a roaring that drowned out the radio. I killed the engine and went inside. My dad was at the kitchen table, flipping through mail. He looked up when I came in, eyes narrowing instantly. What he said, what happened, I tried to say nothing. It came out as this strangled half-laugh instead. "He's here," I said. He found me." The words tasted metallic. I told them. Maybe not every detail I could have, but enough. The side street. The car. How close it was. How sure I was that it was the same one. I showed my dad the photos from my old apartment, grainy zoom-ins, the plate, the outline of the car, and watched his face harden. He's not the type to scare easily, but there was a tightness around his mouth I hadn't seen before. "Are you sure?" he asked, even though he could see my answer in my face. "Yes," I said. "I know that car. I know it." He went to the front window and peeled the curtain back a fraction, looking up and down the street like the sedan might have followed me and parked right out front. It wasn't there. Of course it wasn't. My mom started double-checking locks in a way that was eerily similar to what I'd done in the apartment. Front door, back door, windows. She tested each one with just a little too much force. "We'll get a camera," my dad said eventually, still staring out at the empty street. "For the front porch, maybe the driveway, if he's been around here. We're going to catch his plate at least, something we can show the police." He said we're going to like it was a promise he could enforce by sheer will. The rest of the day passed in a strange, muffled haze. I went through the motions of work, but everything felt far away, like my laptop belonged to someone else. Every time a car drove by outside, I stiffened. That night, my dad sat in his armchair by the front window with the TV on mute for longer than usual. He tried to act like he was just watching something, but his eyes kept flicking toward the street. Every time headlights swept past, his jaw clenched. "It's quiet," my mom said. More than once over the next 2 weeks. Maybe he was just passing through. Maybe it wasn't even him. I wanted to believe her. I really did. The problem is, once you've been watched, quiet doesn't mean gone. It just means unseen. I stopped sleeping with my phone on the nightstand. I started sleeping with it under my pillow. Buzz turned up. Flashlight app, a thumb swipe away. I left my blinds closed at night and during the day. I stopped going to the gym later than early evening. My world shrank again. This time inside a house I'd once associated with safety. 2 weeks went by. No sedan parked on that side street again. At least not when I was there to see it. No gray hoodie at the new gym. No notes under my parents' door. My dad got a camera installed on the porch anyway, pointing at the driveway and the slice of street visible from our yard. He checked the feed every morning for a while, scrolling past raccoons, delivery drivers, the neighbor's cat. Nothing. That should have made me feel better. Instead, one night, lying in my childhood bed, in a house that now had a camera watching the outside like a single unblinking eye, I had a thought that settled on my chest like a weight. Moving hadn't ended the story. It had just given him a new chapter heading, a new address, a new schedule to learn, new routes to follow, new windows to look up at from the street. I'd thought leaving the apartment meant erasing myself from his map. But people like him don't just lose interest because the background changes. If anything, I realized, moving had proved something terrible I was willing to run. And now he knew exactly where I'd run to. Chapter 7, The Story That Listens Back, Cold Ending 3, 307.1. Why I'm telling you this, approximately 100 words. If you've been on this channel for a while, you know how this usually goes. Someone writes to me. They start with, "Please don't use my real name," or "I've gone back and forth about sending this," or "This is probably nothing, but..." And then they proceed to tell me something that is absolutely not nothing. That's what happened with these three. They didn't know about each other. Different states, different schools, different years. I got their stories months apart, from 3 different inboxes with 3 different kinds of desperation in the way they typed. I changed names. I blurred locations. I cut out details that would make them too easy to recognize. But what I didn't have to change was the pattern. Before I talk about that, though, I want to talk about you. Where are you right now? Are you in your car? Parked somewhere? You tell yourself is just for a few minutes. Engine off. Screen glowing in your hand while the rest of the lot sits dark. Are you in bed? Lying on your side. The room around you lit only by your phone. The rest of the house dim and silent behind your closed door. Are you in your kitchen? Light over the sink on. Everyone else already asleep. Headphones in while the fridge hums and the ice maker occasionally coughs. Whatever your answer is, I want you to really see it for a second. Look at your door. Look at your window. Think about how many times you've told yourself, nobody is looking. Nobody is listening. Nobody knows I'm here. Because the thing that connects these three stories is not a monster in the woods, or a cursed object, or something that crawled out of a mirror. It's ordinary places turning just a few degrees until they're not ordinary anymore. A seminar room on a campus in the Northeast, a small, one-story house in the middle of nowhere, a second-floor apartment in a city most people never think about. On paper, they're boring. You've seen all three 1,000 times in movies and TikToks and real life. Beige walls, old radiators, parking lots, trees, hallways with cheap carpet. But in each of these stories, there's a moment where the place itself shifts. For her, the law school hopeful, the one who thought the worst thing she'd have to worry about was her GPA, that shift happened when she realized two people she thought occupied completely separate parts of her life didn't. That the person writing encouraging comments in the margins of her paper was the same person paying for pictures of her to be taken, cataloged, traded. The campus didn't change. The seminar room with its squeaky whiteboard and dull fluorescent lights was still the same. But once you know someone is watching you there in a way they shouldn't be, you never sit in that room the same way again. For Mikey, it was the second night in the house that had always been his. Same floor plan, same furnace, same front door he'd locked 1,000 times. The house didn't grow new rooms. The hallway didn't suddenly get longer. The closet didn't move. But once you wake up and realize the sliding door you know you closed is open, and there are two people standing at the edge of your bed with your mom's kitchen knife, the blueprint of that house burns into your brain in a new way. Every squeak in the floor, every click of the fridge, every sigh of the furnace becomes less background noise and more inventory of threats. For Natasha, it was the moment she saw that navy blue sedan parked somewhere it had no reason to be. Not in her lot, not near her gym, not in the background of her window. On a side street 2 blocks from her parents' house. The car didn't grow teeth. It didn't lunge at her. It didn't even move. But once you've realized someone is willing to follow you across town, slide notes under your door, and learn your next address, a parked car is no longer just a car. If you've noticed a rhythm to the way I've been telling this, you're not wrong. I don't do that to be clever. I do it because that's how fear actually works. There's the first phase, the horror setting, if you want to give it a label. Not haunted houses and graveyards, ordinary places, classrooms, bedrooms, parking lots, kitchens, the places you spend most of your life, the places where you feel safe enough to turn the volume up. Take your headphones off, fall asleep. Then there's the arc, the rise, the crash, the aftershock. You meet the TA, you fall asleep in your room. You move into your first solo apartment. You notice a look, a closet door open, a car in the same spot one too many times. You find your photos in someone else's phone. You wake up to 2 silhouettes and a knife on the floor. You get a handwritten note telling you someone has been watching you through your blinds. You call the police. They file a report. They tell you there are no signs of forced entry. They can't arrest someone for sitting in a car or grating too enthusiastically. On paper, the story ends there. Then the aftershock hits. A silver sedan idling outside a sorority house a year after you thought everything was over. A noise in the kitchen that sounds exactly like the knife block being touched again. A navy blue car parked on a random street nowhere near your old apartment. It would be easy to stop the episode before that last part. To end on the, they got expelled. He got fired, or the cops came and nothing happened, or the, I moved back in with my parents. But that wouldn't be an honest story. Because this isn't just about what happened. It's about what stayed. And that brings me to the third thing that ties all of this together. Sound. You've probably noticed by now that certain noises keep coming back. Not screaming, not glass breaking, not the dramatic stuff. Small domestic sounds, the fridge clicking off, the furnace cycling, a closet door on a cheap track, car doors shutting, a phone camera shutter, an elevator ding, the hum of a hallway light. That's not an accident. When these people wrote to me, they didn't just tell me what happened. They told me what it sounded like. They told me about how their heart started racing, not when they saw something, but when they didn't hear something they were used to hearing. The silence between the furnace and the fridge, the gap in the usual background noise. That's how real horror works. Not jump scares every 2 minutes, not someone running at the camera. It's when the things that used to mean home start to mean danger. While I'm recording this right now, I'm sitting in my own small place. I've got the script pulled up on my screen. I've got a mic in front of me. I've got a glass of water on the desk that I keep forgetting to drink. And in the background, I have the same exact soundscape you do. There's my HVAC, doing that low, constant breath through the vents. There's my fridge, humming away in the next room. There's the faint buzz of a light I should have replaced months ago. There's my neighbor closing a cabinet somewhere above me. I'm going to keep talking, but I want you to pay attention to something while I do. Listen to your own space for a second. The fan in your car, the AC in your room, the heater under your window, the fridge behind you. Whatever it is that's making that steady, low-level noise you've learned to ignore, keep an ear on it. Because here's the part that always gets me. Every single time, no matter how many of these I do, it's not when the sound gets louder that people write to me. It's when it stops. Like that. My HVAC just clicked off. You probably didn't hear it through the mic, but I heard it in here. 1 second there was a soft rush of air. The next, there wasn't. The room feels different. The silence has a shape to it. Even my own voice sounds sharper against it. In a few seconds, if this recording goes like most nights, my fridge will follow. It'll make that little mechanical exhale, and then there'll be a tiny click. I've gotten so many emails where that click is the last normal sound before everything changes. There. You probably didn't hear that either. I did. A soft tick from the kitchen, like someone tapping a pen against a table. If I weren't sitting here alone, if I hadn't just watched the compressor turn off with my own eyes, I could tell myself it was nothing. That's what all three of them tried to do at first. Call it nothing. Call it paranoia. Call it a coincidence. Call it a dream. It wasn't. So when I tell you this story is true horror, I don't just mean it's based on true events. I mean it's built out of the same small pieces your life is built out of. Ordinary rooms, ordinary routines, ordinary sounds. And when you realize those things can be turned against you, that they can be used by someone watching you, that's when the story stops feeling like something you're just listening to. That's when it starts feeling like something that might be listening back. 7.2, the small glitch that feels like a hand. Approximately 100 words when I finish an upload like this. There's always a weird kind of silence afterward. Not in the room, my apartment still sounds like itself. HVAC cycling, fridge clicking, a neighbor's footsteps overhead, the occasional car on the street outside. The silence I'm talking about is on my screen. The part after I schedule the video. After I've watched the progress bar crawl to 100%. After I've triple-checked the description and the title and the thumbnail. Then, For a few minutes, nothing happens. No views, no watch time, no comments. Just a thumbnail sitting there in studio, waiting for the algorithm to decide who it belongs to. There's 3. Brutal, true horror stories that exposed the people they trusted. Most went live at midnight my time. I watched the little publishing label flip to live. Then I sat back in my chair and listened to my own house breathe. Fan off, fridge humming, laptop whirring just a bit louder because I had too many tabs open. "Okay," I said out loud. To nobody. That's one more in the wild. If you do this long enough, you develop a kind of internal filter for comments. You start to know what you're going to get before you get it. There are the first people, the watching in bed at 3 a.m. people, the love your channel people. There are the skeptics, the amateur detectives, the ones who latch onto one detail and never let it go. So when the first comments started trickling in, I wasn't surprised. Story 2 ruined sleeping alone for me, LOL. The note under the door. "Nope, I'm out. Can we talk about Luke being that pathetic?" I read a few. Heart rate finally starting to come down. I closed my laptop. Let the analytics do their thing without me hovering over them like a nervous parent at a playground. I went to bed. I woke up to dozens of notifications. That's normal too. Overnight is when these episodes usually do their biggest early jump. People in different time zones. Night shift workers, insomniacs. The usual crowd. I made coffee, opened my laptop, and clicked into the comments, ready to see the mix of reactions I always get. That's when I saw the pattern. It wasn't the top comments at first. It was scattered ones, dotted through the thread like someone had taken a highlighter to random lines. Did anyone else notice the car sound at 13:47? That wasn't in any of the stories. Rewatch 2103 with headphones. There's a tap in the background that doesn't match his speaking rhythm. Yo. Why did it sound like someone knocked on his door when he was talking about the note under the door? I frowned and scrolled. More bro. I swear I heard a door close right after he said front door in story 2. Okay. The 3 little thumps while he's talking about the closet. That can't be just me. Listen with good headphones around 19 minutes. There's like a distant knock. What the fuck? This happens sometimes. People hearing things that aren't there, or misinterpreting normal mouth sounds or the way my chair creaks. Audio pareidolia. YouTube horror brings out the pattern finders. I've become one of them, which is why I take my sound design probably more seriously than I should. But I didn't remember adding any extra effects to this one. I read a few more. At channel owner, did you put in a car door slam? I was listening in my car and legit thought someone was outside. Is the tap at 17:29 on purpose? It lines up with the closet door part and I'm not okay. Watch from 24:10 to 24:14. There's 3 soft hits in the background. Sounds like someone tapping your desk. My neck prickled. I scrubbed back through my mental timeline of editing. I remembered cutting breaths, smoothing transitions, laying in a tiny bit of reverb to make my room sound less dead. I hadn't layered any extra sound effects under my narration for this one. I'd specifically decided not to. These stories were strong enough on their own. Curiosity 1. I pulled the episode up in studio and jumped to the first timestamp someone had mentioned, 13:47. I turned my own headphones up and listened. I was in the middle of recounting Mikey's run down the hallway when it happened, a soft, distant sound under my voice. 2 noises a half-second apart. Whoomp, whoomp, muffled, like a car door closing at the end of the street, or someone knocking on wood in another room with the door mostly shut. If I hadn't been listening for it, I might have ignored it. But now that I knew where to look, I couldn't unhear it. I checked my project file. The waveform looked normal. No extra tracks. No visible spikes besides my voice. Okay, I muttered. Could have been outside. Someone parked on the street. Sound bleeding in through the window. I live in a building with other people. Things happen. Sounds travel. You get used to it. I jumped to the next timestamp. 21:03. This time, I was in the Natasha story, talking about the note under the door. My voice was steady in the recording, describing the handwriting, the raised grooves, the way the words felt too precise. Underneath it, clear as a fingernail on a mug, was a tap, just one, a sharp, light tick that wasn't my tongue clicking, wasn't a mouse click, wasn't the way my pop filter sometimes brushes the mic stand. It sounded like something hard touching something hollow. My eyes wandered, involuntarily, to my own front door. It was shut. The hallway outside was quiet. I checked the raw audio file. Same thing. No visual bump. No extra track. The tap was woven into my voice, perfectly balanced like it belonged there. I went back to the comments. More people had chimed in while I was listening. 3 knocks at 24:12. I'm calling it now. Nah, because I heard the same rhythm when he talked about the closet. Is he trolling us, or is his house actually haunted? LMAO 2412. I scrubbed there and braced myself. Headphones pressed a little too tightly against my ears. In the recording, I was talking about patterns of sound, about how, in all 3 stories, there was this 3-beat rhythm that kept coming up the way footsteps sounded, the way doors closed, the way notes and cameras and closets all created these small, repeating noises, and under my voice, almost perfectly aligned with my syllables. There they were, 3 soft impacts. Thump, thump, thump. Not loud, not dramatic, just enough to set my teeth on edge. They were spaced almost exactly the same way Natasha had described the taps in her hallway. The same way Mikey's knife had hit the floor in his memory. The same cadence as the text notifications that had appeared on that girl's phone while Roar was still pretending to be a mentor. I yanked my headphones off and sat there for a second, listening to the unmediated quiet of my apartment. Fridge humming, HVAC whispering, some kind of traffic way off in the distance. No knocks, no taps. My phone buzzed on the desk. I flinched. Door cam notification. I don't live in a dangerous neighborhood, but doing this for a living makes you careful. I have a small camera mounted above my apartment door, mostly to keep an eye on packages. I don't obsess over it. I check it when it pings, clear out the false alarms, scroll through for the occasional cat. The notification said motion detected 317A. I frowned. That was last night. While I'd been asleep, I clicked it. The app opened to a still frame first my hallway, washed in grayscale from the infrared mode. Door across from mine shut. Exit sign at the end of the corridor glowing a dull, overexposed white. Carpet, walls, nothing else. I hit play. The clip ran for about 12 seconds. At first, it was just that silent, static hallway. No movement, no flicker of light. 4 seconds in, the audio kicked my stomach. 3 soft impacts, not as muffled as they'd been under my voice in the video. Closer, like someone knocking gently, knuckles against wood, but not on my door. A little farther away, another unit. The stairwell hard to tell in the echo of the corridor. Thump, thump, thump. The camera didn't see anything. No figure entering frame, no shadow crossing the sensor. The hallway remained empty, the exit sign humming away, the carpet undisturbed. If I didn't have headphones on, if I'd watched it on my phone speaker while half asleep, I might have missed it. "Come on," I whispered to myself. Cars backfiring, pipes, someone dropping something, the mic picking up noise from another floor. My voice sounded thin. I noticed the timestamp again. 3:17 a.m. I didn't like that number. It felt too chosen, too specific. I exited the DoorCam app and opened my project folder instead. I needed something I could actually control, something I could poke at and prove was still under my hand. The episode files were all there. The usual mess of rough cuts and exports. 3 stories _trust _raw.wav. 3 stories _trust _final.mp. 3 thumb _trust _exposed.png script _3 stories _trust.docx. And then one file that made my eyes stop. EP _trust _blinds _closet _final.m3. I hadn't named anything that ... My naming convention is boring for a reason. Dates ... keywords ... raw ... cut ... Final. I don't put episode themes into file names unless I'm organizing scripts long term. I definitely hadn't typed blinds or closet into anything related to this video. I clicked on the name to see if maybe I'd misremembered. Maybe I'd dragged the wrong file from somewhere else. Maybe I'd duplicated something and given it a temporary label and then forgotten. The OS info panel popped up. Created yesterday, 10:41 p.m. Modified yesterday, 11:03 p.m. By me, same as the other exports. Same times, within minutes. No notation that anything had altered it since. For a second, I pictured my own fingers hitting the keys. EP_TRUST_BLINDS. Had I been tired thinking about the stories, subconsciously piecing together my own shorthand? Blinds, closet. 2 of the most vulnerable thresholds in the entire episode. Natasha's open blinds, Mikey's closet door. It could have been me. It could have been a sync glitch between cloud storage and my local drive. A duplicate file renamed by some auto process pulling words from the metadata. A ghost in the machine of my own making. But sitting there, with the comments about hidden sounds piling up, with the DoorCam clip still ghosting in the back of my head, with the room holding that too clean silence between appliances. It didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like a hand resting very lightly on my shoulder. Nothing you could prove, nothing you could arrest. Just enough pressure to let you know, whatever you're doing when you tell these stories, something might be listening in. 7.3, the trust test fails approximately 100 words by the time you hear this part. The episode will have been up for a while. You'll have already formed your own opinions about the 3 stories. You'll have decided who you believe, who you think overreacted, which detail bothered you the most. Some of you will have written comments about the ethics of Greek life, or how you sleep with a knife by your bed now, or how you're about to move your desk away from the window. And some of you will have heard things I didn't. You already know about the comments. The timestamps, the hidden sounds. You know about the door cam clip at 3:17, the empty hallway, and the 3 soft impacts. You know about the file name I don't remember typing. What you don't know is what I did after that. I call it the trust test now, like it's a real thing. At the time, it was just me trying to prove to myself that my apartment obeyed normal rules. It started with a question that wouldn't leave me alone if I turn everything off, every machine, every screen, every source of background noise, and I still hear something. Who does that sound belong to? So I decided to find out. It was just past midnight. The episode had been live for a few hours. Comments were still coming in. My analytics graph looked like a tiny mountain range. I closed the tab, shut my laptop, and sat in the sudden absence of fan noise, listening to the whine in my own ears. Then I stood up. First, the kitchen. I went to the fridge and pulled it away from the wall enough that I could reach the plug. The rubber feet squeaked against the tile. For a second, I hesitated. There's something weirdly intimate about unplugging a refrigerator. It's the heartbeat of a place. You don't really think about it until you cut it off. I wrapped my fingers around the cord and tugged. The plug came out of the socket with a dull little pop. The hum that had been there my entire adult life, in every place I've ever lived, faded out. The silence that followed felt wrong, like a missing tooth. Next, the HVAC. I didn't rip wires out of the wall. I'm not that reckless, but I went to the thermostat and turned it off completely. No auto, no fan, nothing. The vents stopped whispering. The air in the room felt instantly heavier, like the circulation had stopped and everything was starting to settle. Then my electronics. I powered my phone all the way down, not airplane mode, not silent, off. The screen went black and stayed that way. No buzz, no chime, no little notifications that might be confused for something else. My laptop was already asleep, but I went a step further and unplugged it from the wall. The tiny charging light on the side winked out. The router in the corner got the same treatment. The cluster of blinking LEDs went dark. I walked through each room and listened for anything mechanical: the bathroom fan, the microwave clock, the cheap smart speaker someone had given me that I never used. Off, off, unplugged. It took maybe 5 minutes. When I was done, my apartment sounded empty in a way I'd never heard it. No hum, no buzz, no low, constant noise to lean on. Just the faint, high whine of my own nervous system and the occasional muffled thump from some distant part of the building. Even those seemed to hesitate, as if whatever made them was holding its breath. 2. I went back to my recording setup, sat in the chair, adjusted the mic. I wasn't recording yet. I just wanted to be in the same spot I'm in when I talk to you. If this was going to be a test of trust, it felt right to be there. Okay, I said, quietly, to the empty room. No fridge, no heat, no phone, no laptop, nothing that beeps or clicks or knocks unless something touches it. My voice sounded too loud. I took a breath and paid attention to where the air went. In, out, in, out. My heartbeat had finally started to calm, but in the new, manufactured silence, it sounded bigger again. You don't realize how much your appliances are doing for you until they're gone. They cover things. They give your thoughts something to hide behind. I sat like that for a while. I don't know how long. Long enough that the initial rush of adrenaline dulled into something that felt like boredom trying to sneak in. Part of me started to feel stupid. This is just an apartment, I thought, 4 walls and a door, and a guy in a chair turning off his fridge like that's going to summon anything except spoiled milk. I almost got up to plug everything back in. That's when I heard it. A faint scrape from the direction of my front door. Not a knock. Not a bang. Not the heavy thud of someone throwing their weight against the wood. Just a dry, papery sound, like something thin being dragged across the painted surface. A whisper of contact. It started near the bottom and moved up, or that's how it sounded. A soft hiss against the door, ending in a tiny, almost inaudible chef F, right where the frame meets the jamb. If my fridge had still been humming, if my HVAC had been running, I might have written it off. Old building, settling, air pressure, a neighbor, with everything off, with the silence designed and enforced. There was nothing for it to hide behind. My first instinct was to stay seated. If this were a story from anyone else, this is the part where I'd be yelling at the screen, telling them not to open the door, to call someone instead, to ignore it. Instead, I stood up. The hallway outside my door is short, just a 10-foot strip of carpet with another unit across from mine and an exit sign at the end. As I walked toward it, my bare feet made no noise. The only sound was my breathing and the faint rustle of my t-shirt. I stopped with my hand on the knob and listened. Nothing. No footsteps retreating, no doors closing, no stairwell echo. The building might as well have been empty. I looked through the peephole. The warped fisheye view showed me the same thing my door cam had the night before, a grayscale corridor. Exit sign, opposite door. No one standing outside. No gray hoodie. No note lying in plain sight. I could have left it there. Chalked the sound up to an overactive imagination. Gone back to my chair and told myself the test passed. Instead, I turned the deadbolt and opened the door. The hallway was exactly as advertised. Carpet, walls, exit sign humming. No person, no movement. The air out there felt a degree cooler than inside my apartment, like the building was exhaling into its own veins. "Hello," I said, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded small and thin. No answer. I almost closed the door and counted it as a win. No intruder. No stalker. No slavering monster. Just me and my bad habit of feeding my own paranoia. Then I looked down. At first, I thought there was a crack in the paint along the side of the frame, a faint, hairline shadow where the door met the jamb. Then my eyes adjusted, and I realized it wasn't a crack. It was paper. Not a full sheet like Natasha got. Not a clear, confident rectangle pushed all the way under the threshold. This was a sliver, a thin strip of white, maybe half an inch wide, tucked into the seam where the door closes. Hidden. If I hadn't opened it, if I'd just looked through the peephole, I might never have seen it. My throat went dry. I reached out and pinched the tiny edge between my fingers. It slid out with that same chef sound I'd heard from my chair. The strip was longer than it looked, folded over on itself several times, creased into a narrow tongue. My hands were shaking again. I unfolded it slowly, smoothing it between my fingers. The handwriting was the same cramped, forward-tilted style Natasha had described. Neat, efficient, no wasted loops. It contained a single line. "You tell them to listen." So I listened. That was it. No greeting, no signature, no demand. Just an echo of my own advice, of my own pattern, of the language I use when I talk to you. I stared at the words until they blurred. The room around me seemed to tilt a degree to the left. Somewhere in the building, someone laughed too far away to be part of this. Close enough that I flinched anyway. There is a specific kind of horror that comes from realizing you are not just the narrator of a story. You are a character in someone else's. I thought about every time I'd told you to listen to your house, to your car, to the space around you. I thought about the 3 soft impacts on the door cam, the car sounds under my own voice, the taps that lined up with my sentences. You tell them to listen, so I listened. Whoever wrote this had been listening to more than the stories. They'd been listening to me. I stepped back into my apartment and shut the door. Fingers numb on the knob. The deadbolt slid into place with a dull, familiar clunk that should have been comforting. It wasn't. I stood there in the dim, applianceless silence, the note in my hand, and realized my trust test had failed completely. I had done everything right. I had turned off every machine, unplugged every device, cut out every artificial source of sound I could control. And something still got in, not through a window, not through the fiber line in the wall, right through my door. I don't know how long I stood there before I moved, long enough for my heartbeat to slow from a pounding drum to a heavy, dragging thud, long enough for the air in the room to go stale, unmoving. I was about to turn the thermostat back on to bring the hum and the whoosh and the normal noises back when it happened. A single soft click echoed from somewhere behind me. Not from the hallway this time, from inside my apartment. Small, precise. The exact sound a lock makes when someone turns it from the other side. What makes this story so unsettling isn't just the stalkers, the knife, or the note under the door. It's the way all of it grows out of things we recognize: a quiet apartment, a hallway light, a car in a parking lot, a professor's praise, a routine drive home. The horror doesn't arrive with fangs and blood. It arrives through trust, slowly, politely, almost invisibly. Each of the 3 stories begins with someone trying to live a normal life. A student focused on law school, a son enjoying a rare weekend alone at home, a young woman excited about her first solo apartment. They're not reckless. They're not asking for it. They're doing what all of us do, trusting that the rules of everyday life will hold. What breaks them isn't just what happens. It's the betrayal of that basic assumption. A TA uses academic authority as a cover for predation. Strangers in the night turn a familiar house into a hunting ground. A nameless neighbor turns curiosity into surveillance. In each case, the villains don't just invade space. They hijack something sacred: mentorship, home, privacy. The story highlights something important. Fear is not weakness. It's data. Each narrator feels paranoid at first. They second-guess themselves. They minimize the red flags. But their bodies know before their brains will admit it. The racing heart, the tight chest, the nausea that's intuition trying to cut through all the social conditioning that tells us not to make a big deal out of it. There's also a quiet, positive thread running through the darkness. Each person takes their fear seriously. Eventually, the student documents, goes to the police, tears down the illusion of nice guys in positions of power. Mikey calls 911, refuses to rewrite what happened just because it's inconvenient. Natasha pays a penalty and leaves, choosing safety over pride, money, or appearances. These are not happy endings, but they are acts of survival, and that matters. The meta ending, where the narrator's own apartment begins to answer back, is a reminder that stories are not neutral. When we listen to true horror, we're not just consuming entertainment. we're training our perception. We start to notice the fridge clicks, the door latches, the quiet gaps. That can be frightening, but it can also be empowering. Awareness is uncomfortable, but it's still better than blindness. At its core, this story is about boundaries, who you let look at you, who you let into your space, who you give the benefit of the doubt. It asks us, gently but firmly, to trust our own discomfort sooner, to believe ourselves before we need someone in a uniform or a title to validate what we already know. Have you ever ignored a bad feeling because you didn't want to seem dramatic or paranoid? Is there a place in your life that used to feel safe, but doesn't anymore? What changed? If a friend told you a story like one of these, would you believe them, and what would you tell them to do? And maybe the hardest one, what small boundary could you start enforcing today? Even if no one else understands why you tell yourself to listen to this story, maybe it's time to listen to yourself, too.